Self-Wound will get to execute its game strategy here. Very nice maxi, a lot of golds near the top, but having Care-Trolled and Deco Turtle both missing is maybe not ideal. You also would have liked, probably these are the bronzes you would love to see much more than like a Pella and maybe a second also. So it'll be tempting to keep, but it will put a lot of pressure on your Neuromancy in needing to find those two. You need to play the 2 golds at the bottom with that Neuromancy.
I long for freedom.
You really want to play Squirrel to get rid of this Dagon artifact in the graveyard here. Because if you do that, then Dagon ain't coming back. But a lot of points already coming from the Death Wish side, shouldn't be a surprise. I'll just quickly show the Dagon infusion. We have one on this Giant Toad, Dettlaff, and Succubus picking up as well. I'm pretty sure that the Meatball there got one of the infusions too. And Siren has the 5th, so that's already 1 proc for the Dagon artifact. It's been worshipped once. And you know, of course, you're gonna play the just say Meatball? No, Arrakis Queen comes later. Meatball is my affectionate name for Arrakis Queen. That was the Brewers being played and eaten. Gets played opposite the Maxi, because, you know, if it pulls Foglet, you want to have that unit on the opposite row to have the fog start hitting. And I have a feeling Darren is likely going to just have to pass at 7 here. It's going to be hard to keep up. You would like to play enough that you'll be able to catch up if we see a pass at 7 here from Efeach. Which happens immediately. Doing so will likely maximize the Erendite value and result in a long round 3 as well, which can be arguably preferable for Self-Wound, but it's also a huge struggle for them to catch up here. And often Self-Wound will just have to pass at 7 cards and they just can't catch up, basically. Like, it probably would have been required to have like Vial verification to do this nice and cheap. But without it, it's rough. But it commits foul blood to try to catch up here. Still down 19, need to make up 20 right now. This foul blood is a nice sort of engine. But as discussed, and Neuromancy is under pressure. You don't, if you kept the Maxi, like you wouldn't really want to Neuromancy out. Actually, this deck doesn't even run Terror Crew Plunderer. It's not going to be easy to proc this Foul Fanatic. Yeah, you have Peli, you have Squirrel. We're gonna go Spores. Nice Spores, very big value onto that code. And we're gonna commit 2 leaders to still be short. And now the question is, are you gonna use the Doim or the Martyrum to catch up? There is an argument to just toss the Doim here. Against an opponent with Heatwave, you don't really want to keep Doims in hand if there's a good chance the opponent will just Heatwave your location, which I wouldn't be surprised to see. But at the same time, Heatwaving location does give a way for Baron to establish all the other combo pieces. Often, especially with Spellblood out at this point, I feel like the best strategy will be to either deal with the sort of self-wound, like the things that like to hurt, or the things that like getting hurt, right? You deal with one of the 2 groups. Because it's... It's like, I'm trying to think of an analogy here. It's like trying to make a cheese sandwich, right? Like that. This is like playing self-wound. For a cheese sandwich, you need both cheese and you need bread.
We're not done if you can.
Self-wound is basically the same. You need hitters and you need damage absorbers. If you don't have one, then you're not able to pull off the self-wound strategy. Just like if you don't have cheese or you don't have bread, you can't make a cheese sandwich. So if you're able to deal with either the cheese or the bread, the opponent isn't going to be able to make a cheese sandwich. In this case, I would recommend dealing with the cheese, as in the damage hitters. If you're able to deal with the location, deal with the Canute. And the Sigdrief is right, bringing back a damage hitter. Then they can't do very much. Their Draco Turtle, their Sigvald, their Olgid, they're all pretty sad. You have Heatwave for location. You have, let's say, Cyclops for Canute. And then you have Arendite or whatever comes back from Sigdrief's right. Now I'd expect Svalbard to come back from Sigdrief's right to try to get one turn value with the totem, but we'll see how it goes here. We're going to immediately pull Dagon back. I should mention actually, Svalbard is gone anyways, because the squirrel, I went on this huge tangent. Yeah, Svalbard is gone out of Darren's graveyard, so that's not an option for the Sigdrief's right anymore. So, what I was just saying, that's not even an option. It really means that this Canute is quite important. And you see that the Dagon back already means that this squirrel from Darren is very sad. It doesn't have time to get rid of the Dagon artifact. Instead, it's going to burn off the Succubus, which this Dagon will now eat the second Succubus from P-Feach, send that into the graveyard. The third Succubus will come out from the location, then that will be able to start doing some of these bondage shenanigans. So many front-loaded points here for P-Feach. It just means that this Arendite is gonna tick further and further. It's 12 points already. This is gonna be about as big as you'll ever get an Arendite. And that's also why we saw P-Feach playing 3 cards into the round 2. It's to maximize that Arendite value. Totem set up for Darren works very well with the Armature Car here. Unfortunately, not going to have Bloodthirst 2. Unfortunately, also vulnerable to this Lord of Riptide. Lord of Riptide can be a bit rough in this sort of matchup, since something like an Olgid sitting on board means that this Lord of Riptide is going to struggle a lot. And you see that, maybe I should mention before, the draws here from Darren, we saw a shuffle on the maxi and it didn't pay off. Gonna miss Sigvald, Chaotrold, Heatwave, and Olgid, only able to get access to one of those with the Neromancy. This is rough. With the proper draws here, you just play Olgid before the Riptide, and Riptide is useless. But that's not how the cookie crumbles here. I have a bit more of a think here from P-Feach on what to play. Decides to go for a Consume. Maybe was toying with the idea of setting up the second Succubus from the Doldulok, but there's only so many Consumes, there's not really a rush to set up the second Succubus, and the nice thing with this Harpy is that you can decree for the second Slayer Harpy and get the Bonded, and get the Harpy egg coming out as well. While being played from hand, some matchups it's fine, it can help you set up self-wound things, but it just pales in comparison to the equivalent 4Ps that all the combo pieces are missing for Darren. And the self-wound decks are quite similar, except for the Olgid Immortal being cut from P-Feach. I think the bronzes are more or less the same as well. Yeah, the 4P bronzes are basically the same. They both run 1 Pillar, 1 Squirrel, and we don't see Terracruit Plunderers in either of these lists. So how are we looking for draws here? This is an immediate Dagon. Drawn a lot of gold units in this round 1 at least. Also have the Arendite peeking out at the very left here. Yeah, Dagon and Brewers Ritual. 1 toad here. We're going to put the infusion on the other toad. You already see the difference. Skrull is drawn round 1 here for self-wound. The Dagon artifact is gone. Already big difference in carryover. Which, whilst the Skrull is low tempo, even without the Skrull, there's a good chance you're just losing on even anyways at 7 cards in this sort of matchup. Ooh, this is... Oh, actually it doesn't matter. I was gonna say this is sort of too many infusions out at once for the Death Wish. Because ordinarily if the Dagon artifact was still in the graveyard, this many infusions, like if you have 2 infusions left on board, you don't have enough ways to worship Dagon. Because if you have 2 left after the pass, that only leaves 3 infusions to worship. You need 4 warships to bring back Dagon. But with Dagon banished, that whole point is irrelevant. It just comes down to the points, which the infusions provide 2 extra points on each consume. It will be the self-wound playing into this again. Going to be able to catch up, not in 1, not in 2. It will be in 3. But importantly, doesn't have to commit the Spell Blood, and was able to play the Skrull as well. So a much better round 1 here for self-wound than we saw in the previous game. On the other side for Death Wish, in terms of setup, we already have 2 toads and a succubus in the graveyard, so it doesn't really matter what you play out in this turn. Skrull, yeah, I'm interested if we'll keep the Skrull for round 3, or end up playing it out in the round 2, just letting this Arendite build up. The Skrull can be nice in the round 3. Sometimes. It essentially requires you to say Arendite the Canoe and then Skrull it immediately. But if you Arendite the Canoe, they're just going to revive the Canoe straight away with Sigrifa's Right, so the Skrull doesn't typically end up doing much in that situation. That's why we see it being played in the round 2 here. I don't think it matters awfully much what it banishes. It gets rid of the Armored Drakkar, since that's might be impactful in terms of breaking the Sigrifa's Right. But with 2 Moderums in graveyard, the Bride of the Sea will have a target here regardless. And a bit annoying there for Darren, only playing down to 8 cards. I guess that was a Spellblood miss and that's just game. I think the draws were not quite there and Self-Wound gives up again. Essentially the same game. Off for Self-Wound. So, Self-Wound again. This time against Off the Books. King of Beggars straight away in the opening hand. They're gonna see that going off back into the deck. This is the kind of matchup where Philippa can be quite nice, because if you seize an enemy unit, they don't go into the opponent's graveyard. And that means it's not open for the Sigrifa's Right at that point. There's also a way to deal with Sigvald for 7 coins, or deal with Canoe for potentially 5 coins. Well, Canoe often can be dealt with just straight up damage, but Sigvald can't. So 7 coins to deal with Sigvald is quite nice. Open Sesame to begin here for P-Feach. Gonna get Skrulled away. I guess, yeah, you should hire Skrulls to protect your precious vaults, because Open Sesames, those vault crackers, they don't stand a chance. Sea Jackal gonna be the roll from Eventide Plunder. Gets a bit of a spender on board, but This isn't hidden cash, and it's going to be a bit harder to get the Horde value, though certainly not impossible. Especially with like 4 profit from a Fizztech, can get you to 9 coins quite easily. Gonna be a Maxi being played here. How we looking? New and a Neomancy on the draw, with K-Trolled and Sigil to follow up. And Sigrifa's right near the bottom. This is the kind of matchup where you would like to potentially use Verification offensively. Onto Novigrad if you can. It's potentially worthwhile, but a 6 tempo loss of playing on the opponent's side of the board is really sad. It just does not feel great. What was that play there? Was it a second Open Sesame? Just straight from hand, so very nice draws from Kungfoorabbit. Having 2 Open Sesames off the cuff. And using Martyrdom early in round 1 does open up a bit of a juicy poison target. But Darren was just wanting to get out of the round here anyways, so both players really not committing much. But Darren just had the finger on the pulse earlier. Which, look, maybe you could have tried to keep up a bit there, playing out the Vial. And, well, I don't really know what else you would have liked to play there from hand. I guess that's why we saw the pass coming through. Because Vial wouldn't have gotten ahead, I believe. And I think we did keep with a Maxi, because Canute and a Neomancy were the draws, I believe. Regardless. We see Pella being kept over the Martyrdom. Which Pella can be nice in terms of dealing with the poison. Going to be a Neomancy to tutor out the K-Troll, so it's just both players playing out their locations. Some semi-decent pulls here. K-Troll, though, probably would have preferred either a boat or a greatsword potentially. The on-crit raiders is alright. Maybe gives you a bit of extra reach in terms of killing something with this Canute. 3rd Open Sesame found here, but 2 in Graveyard, since, you know, Squirrel did its squirrely things. Both Open Sesames at 6 charges right now. And straight away we see a pass coming. Just setting up carryover here, essentially. Novigrad and another Open Sesame in the Graveyard. Full coin purse as well. Gonna be 4 coins to begin round 3 here for Kungfoorabbit. And we see the Heatwave coming already. Decides to get rid of the Novigrad. I think that makes sense. You're essentially playing Heatwave as carryover here. But it does mean that answering something like the Acherontia could be a little bit tougher. But that's why you have stuff like Canute or this K-Troll click. Notably, as a devotion list for the off the books here, they aren't able to deal with K-Troll. Which is why it's completely safe to keep double Viandra in hand here, because there is no way to get rid of this artifact. We will be seeing 3 clashes coming through from K-Troll. Those on-crates sure love those clashes. Okay. Even more setup here to begin with both players. Totem coming down for the Sulfur inside, Conjurer's Candle for the off the books. These are just things to help you later on, and it is offensive verification here. Feels a bit bad, but maybe the line here is to just deal with all the spenders that you can here as Darren. And if P-Feach can't spend, then P-Feach can't win, basically. So we see Furker getting the Eventide Plunder. I guess Savvy Huckster, not the best spender, but it does play for more sort of initial points. And Draco total up to 10 here to play around the Philippa. But unfortunately doing so does play quite tidily into the Morals.
slow, ain't ya?
But it's not going to be a problem just yet. It's Horson to clean up the airs on the board. The one down from Heavy Huck's doing a very nice job there to set up the Horson 3 fee to pull off that second spawned bear.
I'm in no mood for jests.
So this is where Pella maybe looks quite nice here to protect the Draco Turtle, get the Purify through.
Lost spirit devoid of name, depart
Now
now.
there is still a second Fist Tech in hand for P-Feach as well as this failed experiment. Other than, yes, we do see the spend immediately, otherwise it would have been vulnerable to a KO Troll click. And this Draco Turtle is basically just gonna die. There's no saving it now. So the question is, how do you protect it? Or how do you make use of it while it's still here? Do you just cash in on the KO Troll right now? Do you KO Troll plus Canute? The thing is, there aren't really that many cards you care about killing off on P-Feature's side of the board right now. Instead, it's just going to be developing the Sigvald, letting this Draco Turtle just sit tight, because there's enough reach to kill things with just the Sigvald after all. Since the Cannondor's dealt with, it's difficult for P-Feach to boost things out of range. Literally can't. Now is when it gets a bit awkward, because Dwims need to be played a turn before you actually get value from the order on the location resulting from the Dwim refresh. They don't have Zeal is what I mean. And Canute, you probably want on board doing Canute things, so are we just going to last say the Svalbard here? Or last play, I should say. Yes, that is the Draco Turtle being dealt with. And you see that P-Feach is just delaying playing anything valuable. It will be the first win being played.
Travel makes one modest. Let's one see the bigger picture.
That's the spender dealt with.
You'll suffer the consequences.
It's going to be Philippa to steal the Sigvald. The Sigvald and Draco Turtle both dealt with. We do end up missing Sigdrifa's right in this game. On the side of Darren, it's going to be Canute coming out here. What did that kill off? The Horson. So, Horson is quite limited in spending, but still getting rid of that additional spender is quite nice. Quick check on the Open Sesames, both still at 6 counter. So, hasn't managed to get back to 0 coins in the bank here, and part of that is probably because of Darren just killing off all these spenders. And now with the Philippa gone, both Shady Vendors used up, I think. Oh no, there's one in deck. You might want to try to find from bank. And then a high roll of Payday. But it's a bit rough because you need to have enough coins to find the Shady Vendor off bank. And then actually have enough coins to get the tribute through. So instead they're just gonna play out boat, sit on it. I mean, we all know that this boat is just gonna get dealt with by just a Canute click, I imagine, and then we're gonna play out a Dwim. So, we flash with the failed experiment, I suppose. Why not? That's the policy you can actually clash with. The other thing about Philippa, it not only just deals with the Sigvald here, but potentially this Svalbard will hit it a bunch, you'll get bleeding, and though you'll have a low powered unit, you can use a Sigvald to hit and kind of make up some of the points that this Svalbard did through its damage. Going to more else tribute the Olgid Immortal rather than Canute, because that's more points. But here I don't even know if it's that valuable to trigger the Survival multiple times, but you're already down by quite a bit. Both players have a similar amount of units here. It's like Darren's thinking about... I'm not sure about that. Would have thought hitting the 1 would have been better. Just doing 1 damage, but... Sure. Maybe Salamandra, Mage coming out. You see how Darren tries to play around Salamage by playing on both sides of the artifacts. A nice play there. But even if the Open Sesames weren't being triggered there, which I don't think they were, really, coins to just spend, because they bring me joy. It's going to be Darren on blue coin here with the Precision Strike. I'm excited to see this list. It's a little bit different than the Peace Strike lists we usually see, mainly just because we have this Mushy Truffle in play. It's going to be Bountiful Harvest to start us off here. Hands of Venosiel's Commander. Not terrible. It will be an engine ticking for now. Each gonna lead with Raiding Fleet. Gets out an Armored Drakkar, bit of thinning, and the second Armored Drakkar is in hand anyways. Makes sense to try to get that done now. This is a sad skirmisher. Turns off the Venosiel's Commander straight away, and this Drakkar is just going to get armor back this very turn. So I guess it would have been taking 3 damage from the Martyr anyways, so kind of all balances out. More importantly, there's a Dwarf body to pay out these Mahakam Volunteers. Now this Demon Pirate can get played, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see Skirmisher Circle of Life to clean that up. And likely boost the Dryad Sentinel here. I imagine we want to keep the... No, we're going to get the Vandal to 9. The Vandal at 9 can play Cole and... What else? Just Cole? Right, just extra 4 points on top of his second Martyrdom being replayed from the graveyard. Martyrdoms are very good on this Armored Drakkar. Able to get ahead now for Darren. Sorry, ahead of Darren, I should say. And this is a bit of an awkward hand, because you have a lot of golds and the only bronze in hand is a brick. So what's the play? We're gonna call for foul for second Bountiful Harvest? Ooh, Sorceress is a nice pull here. But we're gonna go for the right-hand officer, which is nice, especially if you want to go for the Mushy Truffle. Since it does have, it is the bonded card running, you'd have the bonded established on the Truffle. And this doesn't even get ahead. Although it's also not great here in terms of the place for key feature. Ooh. Gonna his income's council the other bonded bronze. I mean, it's not terrible points here. And now if Ifich wants to get ahead, it's going to have to be a gold commitment to do so. And with Darwin's board being significantly wider, then Peach Spellboard is going to have quite a field day here. Turns what was about a 6-8 point gap into a one way, into a 15-point gap the other way. Pretty unbearable change of who is in the driver's seat here for Darren. I apologize, that was terrible. And we're gonna just have to heatwave this Armored Dracar. It feels bad just having to play a value heatwave here in the round 1. Sometimes you don't got much of a choice. Means that your feature's location will be pretty free to establish in future rounds. But on the plus side, it does mean that Darren has finally gotten out of that hellish round 1 of essentially getting red coin abused by self wound, which is very strange often. But that's what happens when you cut Olgate for more just value golds in the raiding fleet in that Bride of the Sea. Oh. There was a break on the final mulligan here. That's gotta hurt. Okay, we can go Waters from the Philiband. That's pretty solid.
Yet life is eternal.
You have Elf from Mushy Truffle, Dwarf from well, any of these dwarves. They'd probably the Zoltan or the Skirmisher. I would have liked very much to have Mahagam Pass or Shiru over this Brick Sentinel, particularly Mahagam Pass, because that's your main way for giving armor to the Zoltan Warrior here, having that engine start ticking. Oh, actually the elf tag doesn't matter here because Phila's already an elf. Yeah, Waters from Phila feels a little bad, but it's not decent just straight up points here. I guess with one Harmony trigger it's basically equivalent to Frogs and it goes less wide? Maybe plays a little better against Blood. And it's gonna be Sentinel played from hand, which doesn't feel great, I imagine. But it's not the end of the world because it means you can use the additional Sentinel from Leader as more just a setup for Shiru later on. Gonna be a pretty deep lead here. Canute coming out already, and we now have the cheese and we have the sandwich here. Probably gonna... Okay, he goes to kill off the Skirmisher and it's gonna... Wait... That feels wrong order to me. I don't know why you wouldn't just kill off the Dryad and with the Clash and then use Canute to kill the Skirmisher. Yeah, you lose, I guess, a bit more armor on the Echo Turtle, but it plays for more points in terms of damage as well. You would have gotten ahead. Did I just like completely miswatch that? Maybe. Okay, regardless, Darren has the choice here to play into this. We're gonna see the Zoltan played, and is it gonna be full Leader to deal with the Canute? It is. So a huge difference in tempo. Gonna commit the Mushy Truffle as well. Huge point gap of 30 points right here and now. And I don't know if this is gonna be enough. You have verification for 10, heatwave for 9. I'm not... Ooh, actually... Ooh. Okay, Draco total leader is, well, leader is 9 plus 4 plus 9. It will do it. So yeah, P-Feet should catch up here with full leader, full hand. But it means that Darren will have... Okay, never mind, it's just 2-0. It's a 2-0. I think at this point, Darren might have just been looking through the deck list, seeing how the cards stacked up, if there was a hand from P-Feach that would catch up here. I'm not sure if there would have been, but the hand as is, it definitely did not. And that will be the game there for Darren, tying us up 2-2. And it's a self-rune mirror to finish. So we won't be seeing Darren's hand here, because this is not through 20 client, this is just recasting on Twitch. But it is the self-rune mirror, very similar decks in terms of almost all the golds and even the 4P bronzes. Main difference is that Darren has Augured Immortal, whereas P-Feach here has Bride of the Sea and Raiding Fleet. So, immediate lead with the Corsair. And I'd expect both players to be wanting to use Verification offensively in these matchups. Both are going to start with Drakkar Corsair. So the Drakkar for P-Feach here came from Raiding Fleet, so in combination with the stratagem, it means that P-Feach is going to have a pretty significant points lead just by playing the same sorts of cards. Martyrdom on the off turn of the Deranged Corsair is quite nice for Darren here, trying to maximize the value this armor provides. Both just gonna play out Berserkers. Not really getting the Svalbard synergy. Berserk hit Berserker. Quite fitting. And now it starts to get a bit awkward for what are you happy to commit here for P-Feature's side. You have a lot of golds. And then either Skrull or Nearmancy into something possibly lower value. Okay. So with that, P-Feach essentially running out of things to play. Darren gets the round win. It's gonna be Skrull getting rid of, was it? Gives a lot of freedom now to play Nearmancy for P-Feach. Curious if we're just going long round 3. If so, this is the best time to play out the Air Trolled for P-Feach, because now you're going to have it sitting on board at the start of round 3. It means that Darren either gives you a chance to use your own Air Trolled Clash, Or Darren has to just use Heatwave straight away. Or Verification, more likely. Offensively. The Current and Corsair are both pretty nice to have here. Solid bronzes. Missing just Heatwave and Heatwave and Sigdrief is right, where you can get one of them with the Necromancy, but the other will be stuck in deck. Could be a slightly better hand, but not too bad either way. It's still going to be offensive Verification coming out. Straight away, there goes the KO Trolled, but the good thing about First Say and having this KO Trolled sitting on board is Darren has to use his first turn answering something from the previous round, whereas P-Feature is able to just start setting up engines straight away. Odom coming out for Darren first. You'd think this player who plays Farblood second is in a better situation, typically. Yeah, Darren just... look, K-Troll could be missed, or could just be holding on to it since they expect it to be verificationed anyways. Okay, we have a Draco Total set up on both sides, Sigvald now on the board for P-Feach. This is about as much of a mirror as you could get. Or potentially whoever plays Knut first and then gets that answered by Svalbard. Let's see. But this verification can... No, Twitch. Okay, so we have Modern being played, just going Polar on the Drakkar, it looks like. Not wanting to go too tall on the Sigvald and give value to an opposing Heatwave, I imagine. Now we have the All Geared coming out. So this is where I guess the difference in choice comes into play. We actually have them coming one after another. The All Geared is going to be not vulnerable to either Svalbard, which is very good, just have 10 points which will stand tall throughout the whole course of the round here. And yep, this is where the verification starts to get awkward with Darren either not drawing or not using or holding on to the location, who knows? But yeah, this is the downside of the verification, and there's the K Trolled. Ooh. That feels very nicely played there for Darren. Now, do you just Necromancy Heatwave onto the location? that feels bad because you're not sort of playing your own tempo, you're not developing very much. Or do we blob? Blob-a-dob-dob? Just blobs, doesn't want to fully resolve it. This is the kind of point where I have no clue what will happen. It's just gonna be fireworks when either blob fully resolves. But there is a pretty substantial point gap right now, and I think in large that does come down to the fact that whilst Darren had this nice play keeping this K-Trolled for the end, PVG was able to set up the Corsair Drakkar combo very early and just get this Drakkar getting constant value very soon. This is a very ropey Svalbard. I hope it goes fine. And note the sequencing here. These two Bear Abominations on P Feature's back row resolve after the Bear Abominations on Darren's back row, and it means they just get fully wiped out without a turn to proc their Berserk, because the way the game works, the 3 damages to all units from the Svalbard is checked before the Berserk condition, because I believe it originates from like this ranged row. It checks this Berserk, then the damage triggers immediately, and then before this Berserk, because it does your ranged row before their ranged row in the way that things are resolved. So now we have one Sigvald versus a second Sigvald, and one Canute versus another Canute. The second Canute wins, and this is where last say can be quite important. It's a slight point lead for Darren, but I mean, you definitely just use a leader here, I imagine, to get another bear. Not sure what we ended up damaging there. But yeah, you have your Canute set up for later. You have, I mean, you can Sigdrifa's right, a Svalbard, I guess? Or, okay, you probably Heatwave the Draco Turtle now. And I think Darren would also have Heatwave last card, most likely. Yeah, so I imagine we're gonna try to maximize value on this Sigvald, hit the Olgierd, and then use a Canute to get 8 damage in return for just 1 bleeding. Yeah, Neuromancy into Heatwave, and it's going to be enough. Darren takes the win, and Darren gets the Self-Wound Mirror. That takes the win in the series, 3-2. Also means that Darren is going to go through to the winners final. 1 more win, whether in the next game or the one after, and Darren for the year.
We do get player names. I might have wanted to restart Gwent so that we are not playing in the darkness, but who doesn't like this board at night? Okay, so Rent-Free Soldiers were not banned, and also Syndicate was not banned. Let me check. What were the bans then? No Knights.
Agreed, as per our contract.
Fair enough. Okay, it's always nice to get your deck buff on turn 1. I guess that kinda has anti-synergy with Slave Infantry.
Think long and hard on that one, did you?
Okay, nice roll for
You do not
trees.
want me to lose patience.
But there is no trees at the moment. So the bands were an R.
Wag your tongue to anyone and see
And
it swiftly
Nilfgaard.
removed.
Sharpen the bolts, boys!
We're good to go.
Impressive.
Think long and hard on that one, did yous?
I don't work for free.
Okay, so Leo Bonart likes his job. He's not working for free. There is a bounty. He's not about to collect it. He went for the bounty hunter himself. So that doesn't help rent risk gang thing in, kinda, but at the same time, can play it for 6. Not like your opponent has an easy way of catching up. It's not ideal to play offload Acherontia and some of the spenders where your opponent has quad locks available. And then some extra from leader. Some removal. So gonna be interesting here for Sanvanter. Not sure how it goes exactly. On the other hand, this Nilfgaard deck kind of plays cards for value, slamming them points. And if you manage to stick any of your engines, so yeah, this is the synergy, but as I said, kind of anti-synergistic with the slave infantry. That mage assassin getting the buff is getting erased. We don't see any military, even if Babka Daurena is here. Nobody, as far as I'm aware, brought military to this Lash. And I am sad, especially with Dauren being one of the players and Babka Daurena being one of the player names. Okay, so Archie definitely believes in his
Think long and hard on that one, did yous?
abilities in a long round to lock down everything Syndicate has to offer.
You do not want me to lose patience.
Some BMs
Man's got the
being
wares if you've
exchanged.
got the coin.
Okay, so with the bleeds, that's exactly enough, and there was another unit to bleed, so manageable. There of course was Novigrad Click, but you kind of want to preserve that, so everything went according to plan. And now the question is, can Nilfgaard control point slam? Oh, lockdown point slam. It's not proper control, you're not killing almost anything. Can this do anything against the Chirontia? Can it lock down all the spenders?
Defeat
Deny
them with
the
hunger, crush them
shipwise?
with thirst.
So there is Rentry, Roderick picks that from the deck. There is Ramon, so extra lock available. So when playing any of your Syndicate cards, you sort of want to land them and do something immediately. Otherwise you're playing 3-point Toxin Third Guard. Full power
Our knee's supposed to be.
roller. Do you really care? Suppose you do. Oh, look! We needed to have
Not today! Tomorrow!
a lock counter to screen because number 1 is down. But yeah, that's what I mean. Brawler came and spent so that the bank is not full anymore and you can play your Sesame without over profit. There is Lydia.
Person of trifling import, you say?
She's on the money as well, so that's kinda not what Open Sesame deck wants. And when everything you play is a lock, you kinda don't care if you are locking some deeper units as you go. So removing units from front row will be the priority here. Removing the 3 targets as the cavalries have media lock, that would be the preferential row to stack yours. For Archie.
To work!
Yeah, this is the opposite side of it. When your opponent is not providing you with anything, you are kinda sitting on those slave drivers, so would have been nicer to have nosy or something. And yeah, there we go. There we go. Junior knows what he's doing. He's getting locked for that. But he just denied like 9 3 points.
Your words mean nothing now.
Oh, he's not getting locked, I guess. There's no real way to set things up. It's an interesting positioning from Sunvanter, considering... Well, first of all, offensive 3s is a thing if you deny, and second, that you have this Oxenford guard. Oh, you can get another one. Amazing.
Your facts, good sir, are false.
But yeah, basically you kind of want to row stack at least 2 units, one to another, so that you can maybe spend with the guard, although there is another spender, there is Scandal, you are not getting any sesames because what sesames you had got stolen anyway. It's also basically all the units with the status on that back row, leading to a greater imposter random. We're almost done with the heavy Alba cavalry.
On the count of 3, we
Almost.
go in. 1, 2.
But not yet.
Obedience or the
There we go. Ah, chat, do you enjoy this? A lockdown experience. We have 4 locked units on the board. One was also destroyed by Van Hemmer. There is still a leader. Do you kind of want to... Nah, you're fine with locking this ship. So don't mind me, let's see what is getting pulled there. King of Beggars, always there. Those are not nice. No bouncers in the deck. Spawning.
Halt! In the order's name, I confiscate these
really.
goods.
a priority here. A bit of roping.
Oh, makes for the best buyers.
Kinda not amazing, at the same time it is a spender. It just there are no 12 coins to spend anyway, so your ship will be floating on that media row in the docks. Not doing much, and it can't be answered by the entry anyway.
The only good move.
Alright, so the priority is to go back row, damage 6. It was fast, passive is probably not good, so let's just check. Damage into more damage. So painting properly, so Tris is playing for 3, 5, 8, 12, 13, 14. Sanvanter needs 11 plus 5. 16. At the moment 8 coins available.
Hold now! We must negotiate.
That was 14. And yeah, there is also and now the triple either versus self wound. Let's effing go. Components missing here for Sanvander, not gonna lie. Looks like a lack of, I don't know, either AQ defender. It might be just me. Might be mistaken, but seems like he didn't find enough components here. Do we see Heatwave on Defender? Otherwise, Defender will be the target of multiple. No.
Lost spirit devoid of name, depart now, our veil of
But
pain.
yeah, it kind of opens. Considering there is no either, and you cannot combine this with AQ because that's your last tutor. It just opens up the route for Sanvanter to have multiple defenders instead. Also, it's a good question, how many either pings do you want on Draco Turtles and Sigvalds? And now it's kind of too late to heatwave the defender, I'd say. There is a consume in Sanvanter's hand anyway, so a new one will pop next turn. So yeah. He even decides to eat one of them to have some extra space on the front row.
Got a bad case of rower's back.
How weird would it be to pass against the deck that is running Swollblood? Well, apparently it's all right with the Sanvanter saying, yeah, show me the points. A lot of things are very slow, so we are definitely locking ourselves into a long round 3. Of course, Swollblood is devastating in those situations for Swarmy deck. And you kinda inadvertently by playing Organics over Swarm. No need to, or no possibility to establish card roll as well, as it would be erased by the round 3, so we see instead just Ale thinned out, there are no locks. So, Lassay goes to Archie. Swollblood goes to Archie. Graveyard control, nothing to control at the moment, so we do see Squirrel Mulligant. You cannot pick Kikimor Worker unless you kinda want to ruin your triple defender, so might be Hatchling. Opening with the Hive Mind also doesn't really give you opportunities to play any organics, so need to be accurate with that. But I'm also not sure if Sunwinter, yeah, doesn't really need to get rid of anything, and there is no carryover to establish. Cannoneer for Squirrel, that would not trigger anything, but as I said, nothing to profit from anyway. So, long round 3 that Sunwinter agreed on himself. He has triple defender, so there is just no way for Archie to get through that. Archie also, well, he can get the Corsair Drakkar combo out of here.
Your magic can't harm me.
Instead, it's just double Corsair and didn't pull Peller, but also avoided the Drakkar, so. But Squirrel time. So Hive Mind was just a victim of one pesky Squirrel. Unfortunate. And that leaves Kikimor Stalker. But that Kikimor Stalker will be very much protected here. Also, this Sabbath is just a nice setup for acid speed. Incredible. So do you guys think Sunwinter is onto something? Should we be onto something too, taking this long round? Not in rush to establish the Kiki Stalker. Or basically anything. Also, yeah, at least the Moon Corsairs have Draco Turtle, but you don't want to remove all the armor from it.
Who are you to judge us?
Since Sigvald gets the bleed in from the Ether Pink, you might as well start stacking it. But double Toll Punish. I think Spores are dealing with Draco Turtle potentially. Heatwave is dealing with Sigvald, or vice versa. That allows the Archer to play around Spores, having the last say, of course. But you cannot go too greedy anyway. If you send a signal that your last play is Sigvald, then yeah, it just hits Heatwave. So it's getting tight here on the middle row, basically no space. Kikimor Warrior already is not doing much. Was there a consideration to just eat one of the defenders? Maybe. This opens a heat wave immediately, and Spores are already happy to play for 5, and well, you cannot be really sitting on those. Those refresh every 2 turns, so the extra points you generate. Wasted anyway. Okay, so double explosion eliminates this Kiki Warrior. And well, Sanvander can trigger that himself. Also having triple defender is hell of a nice. As they are protected by armor, so Swoldblood was not really playing for much of a positive net gain here. Also probably time sorry, to do the acid spin things somewhere here. But not yet, not yet. Down the drain goes Swoldblood. We see nice flip as well, so that, well, Swoldblood is not available. That happens. Siggy's right is of course there, so he's making a comeback, but
Show me what flows in your veins.
it's not a big one. Yeah, Knut versus triple defender feels amazing. And this acid speed also not bad. Do we even care about killing this Knut? Answer is no. There is no glass team that Sanvander decided not to take when he played Oniro into Hideous Feast to deal with the Swoldblood and stop that from exploding. There is some clicking in. Okay, instead we do see the Draco Turtle value is getting transferred, but at the same time the Knut is here, so you kinda needed to deal with that, I suppose. Now it's just getting mowed down. And spores are not that great.
What do you need?
Feel like there were lines to consider. Maybe, yeah. I'd give the benefit of the doubt to Archie and Sanvander on the line taken. But man, this Swoldblood, it doesn't feel positive. Like, nothing is happening. All the units brought by the Sabbath, all the flipped pair abominations, they don't really do anything. This Kikimorph Warrior also... Yeah, so the spread... Now that you created once, I suppose you can transfer them into the van during your turn. Is, yeah, okay, Sanvander definitely had a plan and for that, or Syndicate, but no. Takes the blue coin deck. on blue coin against Syndicate. Okay, nice draw of Bruce so that you can do things with that. You cannot float Dagon here without repercussions, so I need to think about that. KOB in hand is nothing new for those watching Gwent.
Oh. We're not done if you can still walk.
Cheeky little bounty on the Death Wish unit that most likely is getting consumed without over profiting.
Wag your tongue to anyone and see it swiftly removed.
But last time it was Rentry's gang, this time around Inventor is more precise with his pulls, taking out a great consume and Dragon Warrior. Gets one of the best reworks nomination from me, or like buffs. It's always nice to see how this card was changed a little bit and became a very nice support to multiple decks, like Death Wish and also Triple Leader with those Spawn, Saraha Swarms, Tatawink decks as well. So no access to the second copy for Archie.
Let this bounty go to waste.
Spender can be dealt with the help of Cyclops, but are you really afraid of it in this situation? Most likely not. Спасибо, Калинк. Я так понимаю, ты свое отыграл уже. Как прошло... Ну ладно, я могу и сам посмотреть. No spoilerinas. So, yeah. That didn't smell like an active round 1 from Sanvanter. KOB goes back into the deck. Open Sesame is present. No Sabbats in this deck, so Scoundrel is not coming through. So remember when I mentioned that Philippa and Dagon? Well, when you do that in round 2, you kinda ask your opponent, does he want to commit big things? And well, if you're not you are not answering this Dagon, you're also sort of in trouble. So yeah, through bounty it does get answered. There we go. Buffs, Death Wishes, Foglet, Rain, but no real value in that. Bring in an extra unit and buffing units it's an achievement anyway, so cannot really complain about the Dagon value. Especially thrown as an opening play. It feels nice to play Novigrad carryover, but the problem is you are 15 or like 13 points behind and your opponent has this freedom of choice And heat waves that. Okay. So, of course, with the full
One
bank.
man's battlefield is another man's ripe patch for harvest.
Sanvanter was never in danger of losing. Also, need to pay attention. Iron Tide is at 9 already. I'm gonna continue growing.
I don't have a dirty mind. Just one hell of an imagination.
No resets, not all punishes with the heatwave gun. Man, that Jackal can be. Boosted into the oblivion. So, for round 3, there is AQ
Man's
and
got the
Deadlift.
wares, if you've got the coin.
Sanvanter steals the giant toad, kinda not nice, but at the same time amazing. There is another toad, so that love can be consumed immediately. And you do have Succubus as an alternative AQ target, so things are not catastrophic. You have Raskochegarian Iron Tide, yeah, that's already at 12. And
Officers
looking at
way.
this tempo play from Sanvanter, your Iron Tide will be even bigger and faster and sharper and stronger. So this should be a Philippa, but as I said, Succubus is there, so you're not completely denying the AQ value. Well, you never completely deny an AQ value unless you heatwave it. Should it be Philippa? Kind of feels correct though, considering there are leader charges so that AQ can be flipped immediately. No.
Lay down your arms. You have
Okay.
no chance.
It's not that I'm always calm. It's you
So-
who's always sexy.
Yeah, Philippa's target might have been this Succubus, but
Relax. Let me sweep your worries away.
not yet. So the ship is getting buffed. It's getting buffed
Should
some
have
more,
taken the easy road.
so that Iron Knight is not killing it. Leader
wouldn't want
would
to
have
hurt
buffed it
us,
to
would you?
not enough power anyway.
Oh, darling. We're not done if you can still walk.
So Bank, show us your power. Are you doing it on Succubus? Like inviting the Prophet. Okay, yeah, the ship is sinking. And I don't think Philippa 6 coins and morels would be enough.
The eternal fire casts a long shadow.
He'll be at 1.
Trickery! Treachery!
So there is that laugh, and even if you don't have leader consumes, you have the siren and Cyclops to consume with.
Power.
So siren
The
is
object
getting
of
stolen,
dark design.
but don't really need much here as a monster player to.
I'm just a sexy little cog in that fucked up machine compound.
So good job. Also, since we are on delay unaware, so Archie wins one game, but he also lost the game before, so the score is 2-1. Sorry for that. And also that wish strong. It's only self-wound left for Archie. And it's 2 decks for Sanvanter to win with. So, match point number 1 incoming. Archie plays self-wound from a red coin. While we are waiting, another call. If you want to contribute, crowdfund links are available in chat under !metal, !crowdfund. Any contributions are of course welcome, supporting the Metal initiative. Also, what are we playing for? This is qualifiers, the left part of the screen is important at the moment, but the prize money and all are reflected for their opponents in grand finals. Okay, so self-wound mirror. If you have information about the lines that you should take from blue and red coins, share them in chat. Surely there are some avid Skellige supporters there. And yeah, chat, just look alive, you know. But we have 3 streams, and plus I think Necrotal is casting and Archie and Pivot were showing their games, so it's nice to see some activity in Gwent category. One deck is with the priest and other deck is with the priest. In the previous match we seen no priest, so that's nice. Slight differences between the decks. And the Mudram hits the Drakkar, and Drakkar was armored, and now it's boosted and armored Drakkar. And it's getting chipped at by the priest. I have no idea what this priest wants of the ship, but I guess we have Pimp My Ship in chat, so that might be related. Great job, guys. Champion of Svalbard is now 1 click away thanks to the Balance Council. Not sure how I feel about it, but at the same time, like, this 1 extra ping is usually not that important. I think Lirio also kinda mentioned that in his review, that like, it's not that big of a deal, but at the same time it still sort of feels weird that a lot of cards are getting slightly simplified, but yeah. A nice 12-point alternative target for Sidgriffus right now available for Sanvanter. It also costs some provisions with Carl, so it's not like you are playing it at 4 provisions. Okay. No heat wave anymore. So card roll this. Sigvalds are feeling safer, although there is of course Spore still, and Purify. Maxi with most things drawn and Eramancy being present in hand was not a big consideration. I cannot play card holder here because... Oh wait, you can. 7 card limit, yeah, achieved. But Archie's strategy is not limiting to going into keeping laissez and going into a long round. He decides to play it at least a little bit in round 2. But looking at the hand quality, you're basically trading cards. Equal pace.
I need to smoke.
I think most okay, Drakkar is slightly worse than Drakaturtle. But they're gaining points more or less at the same pace. And well, you spent your heat wave, your opponent has spores, but no heat wave, fair enough. So only one toll punish. Card Roller is getting committed here. With purification being present, but that's... It's very slow tempo-wise, of course.
I kneel to Svalblood and Svalblood alone.
Not violence out of nowhere. So yeah, with offensive purification, you kinda giving up on the card advantage.
But darling,
at
it's
the
your
moment
lucky
still
day.
have.
And Solitari Zero gifted a tier 1 sub to Elson Your Mayor. They have given 15 gift subs in the channel.
Thanks for another gifted. And so Litario, much appreciated. Okay, another sequence of high energy cast or something. And Sanvander, stop hitting yourself, but see, he sees that hitting himself brings him more points and he decides to do that. We see Oniromancy onto the squirrel eating nuts. Knut is gone. So Sid Griffa's right has Drakaturtle as the best target at the moment. Sanvander travels into the round 3 with Kyrtrolde present on the board. I don't think he takes Dwinviandra into hand, but doesn't find it. Finds Maxi, which is not the round 3 card. Even Peller might be better.
Let's take the measure of your manhood.
Knut is here. Nothing to hit. No one to hit. His body is across the barricade at the moment, but not the target you wish to hit.
Survival. That's the only virtue.
Thinking? Questioning? Any world where hitting this would be equal points? I don't really think so. Okay, so we do see the pass.
Fighting spirit, what need ye to flee this world ever free?
So Knut out of nowhere is getting a purification. Not that he desired it too much. I mean, there is a last say. How good is the last say, though? Also, like, as Lemon usually points out, offensive verification in Swole Blood deck is usually not that many negative points, considering you are erasing the thing that can make Sigvald even bigger. There is a Spore's last say onto the Sigvald, so he is kinda a non-factor.
No one gets to fool me twice. What do you need?
On the other hand, on the other side, Draka Turtle will be fully hit by Sigvaldo Earth and Ritual combo. Chain extension, yeah, it's also like hard to highlight every card. It's a different style of casting, I suppose, so I'm not focusing, and I sometimes... It's a good point, Alice, yeah. Sometimes, like, being more descriptive about the card abilities would be beneficial to new and newish players. Instead of just being descriptive about the player actions. Yeah, in the end it's just a 7-point Spore, which is not exactly incredible value. We have Sigvaldo on Draka Turtle potential action, but also you can just avoid doing that with Totem and Leader. Slept on it, being clicked already. So yeah, pretty positive Swoleblood value here. Those bears are useless, but oh, literal 1 point should be rewatched, reconsidered, and that 1 point should be found between all the bleeds and clicks. Okay, Babka Daurena, also known as Archie, goes with the self wound against Sanvanter. So we have the self wound deck that likes to hit its own units for profit. You have Sigvald that instead of being hit and losing its power, transfers those hit points into the bleeding. You have Draka Turtle that when it is hit, its armor transferred into the boost points instead. So you kind of you're hitting a protected unit, boosting it by doing so. The Knut is the one that hits units, but he needs to be at 5 power to do that every turn, so you are risking that. So that's the main idea. You set up your units, they are either boosting from your armor on Draka Turtle and Drakar, or you boost your other stuff like Sigvald. Hit him, he then transfers the bleeding into the boosts if you hit your own. So yeah, hitting, a lot of hitting, and profiting from it is the main idea. The Syndicate is usually harder to describe what it does and tries to do, but it's all about coins in some form or the other.
I was starting to worry.
and trying to spend at a better than 1-to-1 ratio usually. So we do get first open sesame into the graveyard. The squirrel is not in Archie's possession now. There is an Aeromancer though. So this card acts as a carryover. You need to spend 2 0 coins several times to activate it and get a profit from that. So we do see that the counter got to 5 because of Sanvanter spending everything he had in the bank, but this is not a financial advice. Don't really go spending everything you have in your possession. That is not really beneficial. And yeah, not the sound economical advice. Okay, so Brawler is blocked by the Draco Turtle now. You have another spender in hand. What's the scoundrel doing? Isn't it good to get Squirrel out of the deck? So that your Sesame is safe and sound. You are sure about your bank robin investment. Isn't that kinda good? But at the same time, yeah, you don't have coins for that, so it would be sort of expensive here.
Do you think the situation a jest?
Okay, rope by to the last second, but decides to keep himself in this round, going against the Draco Turtle. Swallblood Priest combo. And yeah. But as I mentioned, there was just not enough money to choose the squirrel and kill it, and I guess Sanvanter ended up against that decision, but now that investment is gone, so you're not getting extra profit. In the later rounds, no extra coins. Okay, and we got a donation. Thank you for the support! Exclamation mark crowdfund is in chat as well. So the prize pool goes to, well, boosted crowdfunded prize pool goes to $44. If we round it up a little bit. So thanks for your contributions, everyone. This is the last qualifier, and in a week it will be the last tournament of 2024 based on the ladder results. That's the reminder I wish for you to make. Okay, so Self-Wound takes it into the lone round. Unlike of the case with having a lot of locks, now you are in a more precarious position. Like your Knut might be stolen, you might be bounted. Well, Peller comes as a purify and goes. Okay, so there is a heat wave. Oh ho ho, Archie missed Totem, control the Swallblood and Sidgrifa's right with only one of them available from Oniro. Yikes. My fair caster assessment of this situation will be yikes. So Sanvanter doesn't have Neutrals being devotion, control the Gwentfinity is a lot of control. But I think between this Drakkar double Martrom, you might have wanted
I'm in no mood for
Sidrifus
jests.
right. Even Sidrifus right is sort of alright unless you get in Philippot immediately. So looking at the control options, this should be what's control. Shouldn't pay
That
anymore,
witch was brewing magic concoctions.
but I guess wanted to dodge the
Gloster
Drakkar.
name, depart now, our veil of pain.
Also KOB. Tribute 10 overall. Getting triggered on the back row.
Show me what flows in your veins.
Yeah, nothing sticks at the moment. Is this Knut getting Philippot or bounty and bounty damage sounds very bad as far as out profit or over profit goes. But how does Sanvanter win here? Look at this board. There is nothing on this board. Literally nothing. Okay, finds the damage or finds open sesame without spenders. Open sesame seems doomed. So he goes to kill the Knut. There was already target, so of course Sanvanter doesn't have the information that the revival via Sidrifus right is not possible. Well, Acherontia is 16 power.
Continent folk will never
Cannot-
understand.
Cannot clash and expect to win. The problem is having a big unit is always beneficial for Sigvaldo. If it's unanswered, there is no bank at the moment. Man. It's weird, like you cannot go all in on Sigvald because of Morils as well.
Man's got the wares, if you've got the coin. The semblance of power.
What the fuck? What the fuck? This is a pure Sanvanter
Tell him
play.
they'll crush you in all your time.
Did this dude just do that? There was no like I didn't sleep on any setup, right? Yeah. What kind of fatality is that? Archie's bear is hiding behind a building here. Like you can spores kill it. You should do that. What an awkward game. Is Sanvanter even winning this one? Still, like there is Sky Troll to reset. Slender is not amazing. Still leader.
Travel makes one modest. Let's one see the bigger
Man.
picture.
I might have been a bit too excited about Sanvanter's chances here. he need to crawl out of this hole still. But he does not have the points left, basically, like Philippa, insane value, sure. But that's not really an insane value, and we get the forfeit, and we have the Archie winning the series. Close ones, and Vanter almost pulled it off, but in the end it didn't even matter, so self-wound is winning. Great job by Archie. Finding the lines. Enjoyed the series tremendously. We got some nice triple either shenanigans on our way to this decider. So self-wound winning without a few key cards should be a great feeling for.
Any last words?
Careful. I heard the Aphiri read minds.
Your facts, good sir, are false. The Academy's bureaucracy impedes progress.
Relax. Let me sweep your worries away.
meet my champion. Rest now.
What do you seek?
You wouldn't want to hurt us, would you? How many more of yous did your mothers bear?
I only loot corpses. Except sometimes they're quite fresh.
Oh, darling. We're not done if you can still walk.
My collection's pride. Ever witnessed anything equal?
I'm just a sexy little cog in that fucked up machine called life.
Shoes only get in the way.
I don't have a dirty mind, just one hell of an imagination.
Nose, mouth, any hole would do.
Appearances can be deceiving.
A shark out of water's still got its teeth.
Oh, looks like some light reading.
The fish we're biting today.
Think you can keep up with the Novigrad lass?
You shall die, worm.
Parting spirit, what need ye to flee this world ever free?
So what? Should I pound it into a poker?
Gods are blowing fair winds the day.
Magic is a curse, a blessing, and progress.
Take my mere life and grant them your strength in return! My home is wherever the road takes me.
Got a bad case of rower's back. Maim! Kill!
Watch us and keep us.
I kneel to Svalblood and Svalblood alone.
The realm of the living severs your chain. Abandon now your mortal stain.
Glory to Svalblood!
Bye.
What's 3 arrows in me eyes? A pinprick, that's what!
Sewers remind me of the fjords back home.
Officer's way.
Could you say? Thought you'd never ask.
Do you feel a draft? Let me shut the door.
I once lopped off 3 heads with one blow.
A moment. I need to smoke.
The simplest methods yield the best results.
continent folk will never understand.
Man's got the wares, if you've got the coin.
Freya watch us and keep us.
Let's take the measure of your manhood. Lay down your arms! You have no chance!
Travel makes one modest. Let's one see the bigger picture.
Can he cut cleanly when you squirming about like that?
On the count of 3, we go in. 1, 2. Why the nose straps? Anyone know? The
And welcome everyone, now we are live with the day 2 of Grand Final qualifiers. I have Lemon joining me, Metal is running the show behind the scenes, and we have 2 finals to show you today. Dauren versus Archie, and then a loser of this match against either Sanvanter of Pifich, if I'm not mistaken. So 2 good pairings. You can also watch Metal covering lower bracket tournament game on his channel. But well, Gwent category is not that populated, so just open Gwent category, you'll find it. Exclamation mark Metal also works. But I can show the bracket from yesterday for a second, so that everyone sees. For some reason, Lemon camera disappeared when I was doing that, so it's on my part. Yeah, okay, fixed. Main display. There we go. So we see Archie, who is Babka Daurena. So Dauren's grandmother, translated kinda. So beating Rus, beating Sanvanter in a 3-2 series, close one. A lot of 3-2 series yesterday. If you look at the lower bracket as well, Dauren beating Kalink 3-2 and then Pifich 3-2. So nice games. Variety of decks, I don't know, so, a lot of self-wound, but we have different monsters, etc. So, kinda decent. Could have been better, could have been worse, to be fair. And now that we've seen the bracket, yeah, Dauren versus Dauren's Babka, who is Archie, is our first game. So let's switch to the decks, and we'll start with Dauren. Bringing no self-wound. It will be the main deck of this tournament. I'm not sure how successful was the beat on the self-wound. Lemon cast a game yesterday. You might have seen it as a part of a rerun today, where it lost 5 times in a row, and only victory for self-wound was in the mirror. But people tried to bet on it. Turns out, maybe not the correct call for the meta. Maybe today it performs better, at least in the mirrors. So, what are your thoughts on the Earth Sign Ritual decks?
It's extremely matchup dependent, isn't it? Because if you run into a deck which has a few key control cards which you're able to shut down a few of your most important threats, then your whole strategy can crumble as Earth Sign Ritual. It can also be quite vulnerable to a push sometimes in round 2. If they take out half of your combo pieces in the push, then you're not able to string together a coherent strategy for the round 3. And that's what I felt like we often saw in the series I cast yesterday, where Self-Wound lost 5 times in a row.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping for a bit more success from Self-Wound today, if only so that we get to cast some other lists as well.
Yeah, but yeah, if you are new to Gwent, the main idea of the deck is to try to damage your own units, which is not standard in Gwent, but you usually profit from it because you then transfer that self-damage into some positives. Next deck, Overwhelming Hunger, and this is a deck that mostly plays on its side of the row of the board, so a lot of points coming from you eating your own units, Succubi and other Deathwish units, but control, as you mentioned, those key components. There is Heretic Heatwave, there is Irondite, there is Riptide and Cyclops. So yeah, and if you look at Dauren's lineup, Heatwave is in all of them. So that's self-wound struggles are partially coming from it. Locks and Heatwaves.
Yeah, we don't see Pelor in all of the self-wound lists as well, so sometimes luck can get quite a bit of mileage in those matchups.
Next deck is an interesting one, non-Renfrey Soldiers, so deck revolving around Crossbowmen, mostly Arcfane ones, but you can go for light cavalries, or as we've seen yesterday, a lot of locks. You can like have 5-6 locks with that. Through Ramon and Slave Drivers. But yeah, Dauren's motive for building decks seems to be carryover locations. And yeah, here we have a few of them with Bacala making an appearance over something like Garrison or another gold, maybe control or point slam option. And
notably, this deck is also able to play battle stations twice, playing it early in the game and then shuffling it back into the deck with Isaiah. And nicely, you have Menor as a tactics tutor, which gives you that consistency to be able to find the battle stations 2 times.
Yeah, the deck also runs Operator, and that was ruining Dauren's chances a little bit yesterday. Well, he's still in the final, but he struggled with the deck a little bit because Crossbowman, you need that in hand with Operator, and if Operator doesn't come, and we've seen Crossbowman at the bottom of his deck, so you're not really fulfilling your strategy. At the same time, like random pings with this deck against self-wounds is not always beneficial as well, so we'll see how it goes. And And the last deck, Precision Strike, Shiru, Control, Point Slam. It has a little bit of both, with Philavandrel and Zoltan providing you like big swing plays on your side of the board, and Shiru lining up against enemy units, might just burn half of their units. But yeah, we'll see how this performs. And
yeah,
to
Precision Strike
yeah,
list is quite a bit different to a lot of the other square decks we'll be seeing in the tournament. A lot of them tend to run guerrilla tactics, which, as a different leader, you're able to boost your Shrew by 3 using a leader charge, which gives you a bit more flexibility in terms of the different power levels you can get your Shrew to. With this Precision Strike list, though, you're very reliant on using your hand buffs to get Shrew to a desired level, and then maybe using Call of the Forest or Isengrim's Council, or maybe the Mushy Truffle or Mahakam Pass sitting on board, which sounds like a lot of things I just said. But getting it all lined up all at once is the problem of trying to get the Shrew to work.
Yeah. Precision Strike is a nice leader to have though, because yeah, then you have this more freedom of lining it up on enemy side. But setting up your side is the problem quite often. Okay, and now to Arches decks. Earth and Ritual. A similar deck. I can show you 2 of them. You can look. Some bronzes are getting moved, but overall it is very similar. Like there is a Svalbard Priest in Arches deck. The idea is the same. You have Corsairs and Svalbard Priests, other units that can smack your own ships and turtles for extra points on your side of the board. And then we have Death Wish, and that Wish I think might be 1-to-1 card for card, so we don't have to stop on that for too long. It's it's running the same package. Yes, I think I think if you open the link, it will be the same link, so they might have just grabbed the same one at some point. Okay, next, you've got, it still has soldiers, but it is a fairly different list. Imposter Leader that has another extra lock for ya. The carryover is cannot be done through locations as you are rent free, but you have Iris and Iris's companions instead, so you can buff everything in your deck. You have Blight Makers for thinning and setting up targets, 1 power or 2 power targets for your slave infantries to turn them into 5 power units, yes. And yeah, it is rent free, so you try to roll the necessary flexible ability. For that you have Rune Mage. And we got the invite into the game, so let's accept that and shift focus to the last deck. Arch's favorite reason in the past 6 months, it's Knights. It's Knights, a lot of points coming onto your side of the board, but the motif remains. Heatwave is in 3 out of 4 decks present on this side as well, so yeah, questions will be raised to toll units on both player sides. So
I
this
also
is
like the artifact compression in the Knights list as well. I think it's quite a trademark of Archie's Knights lists.
Yeah, but this is the final. The ticket for grand finals is up for grabs for one of them. So either Dauren or Archie will be joining Mayamon and Lerio. We are eagerly waiting for the game to start. The card started to spin. This whole shebang is organized by Metal, so you still have a chance to contribute to the Grand Finals crowdfund pool as well. At the moment we had some donations yesterday, so nice of all of you who decided to support this Metal's initiative. This whole Masters tournament system was built around Gwent Pro Ladder, so yeah, that made some season endings spicy. I remember Archer versus Dauren in the beginning of the year, and this last season we also had Sanvanter Kalink playing for points. according to Kalin, he didn't even know he can still qualify for this, but it worked out nicely. So even with skipping 6 months of Gwent, he still managed to arrive to the big stage. Okay, so cart is okay. We got a new invite.
Oh no.
It happened yesterday, but invites although I got 2 simultaneously. Okay, so I'm launching on my side.
Yeah, the timer started again. We should maybe mention the bans.
Okay, yeah.
We try to see if any of these issues will stick or be resolved. On the side of Darren, the non-Ren-free soldiers has been banned, so no Nilfgaard for Darren. And on the other side, for Archie, it will be the knights being banned. So both players have self-wound still, both players have monsters, overwhelming hunger still. Whereas Darren will have the square precision strike, and Archie has the Ren-free soldiers. Going into game 1, Darren on blue coin, probably monsters I would expect. Wants to abuse that Earn of Shadows stratagem. Could be self-wound on the red coin here for Archie, and if that is the case...
Oh, I loaded up as well. Okay, I'm surprised.
There'll be nothing to pick up.
I was ready to do the adjustments, but into the game number 1 we go, and good call, we do get that wish. We don't... what is happening with the Discord? I don't understand. Today it tries to hide your webcam over and over again.
That's strange.
Nah, it's on my side, it just loses priority for some reason. Okay, but now that we are all set, player names visible, leader abilities visible, let's effing go.
Yeah, and let's go with Dagon, first card played in this series. Shouldn't be a surprise coming out from this overwhelming hunger to start with. What are we going to be giving infusions over to? 2 onto the Giant Toads in deck, 1 onto the Arrakis Queen, and 2 more onto the Bridge Trolls. So probably hoping to get these Giant Toads out when playing this Brewers Ritual here for Darren. Having these Toads in graveyard early on means you're set up to get your Death Wish Eats through quite a lot easier in the round 2s, round 3s.
Yeah, missing both Toads is painful, but the Dagon is here to assist you, so hopefully will work out.
Graveyard Total is a huge commitment here from Archie. Often what can be the case in this matchup is that this Overwhelming Hunger play will temper with Dagon, Brewers Ritual, and maybe a Consume as the first 3 cards, and then they'll have like 40-50 points, a huge point gap, and they'll pass at 7 for a Temper plus. Self-Wound, unless they're committing their bigger pieces, can just struggle to catch up, and often only barely does it, going down to 4 cards in hand, which would force the entire matchup into a long round 3. Here though, committing the Draco Turtle means that Archie might be able to A, actually contest this round, and B, maybe not have to go down multiple cards to win the round.
So the priest is working on this Draco Turtle instead of Drakkar. Yeah, that brings some extra points faster to Archie's side of the board. So yeah, maybe not as hopeless as it usually would be. But priest dies. He wandered into the wrong neighborhood, and Cyclops was just throwing stuff around. 30-point gap and no passive value here. You need to click Corsair, so you cannot like come close and just let the passive abilities do the work. You need to commit, and we do see that's location, right? Card roll being committed as well, and another big card going in round 1, so definitely not be seen in round 3.
Okay, this is huge commitment getting the Care Troll out here nice and early. Darren doesn't have Heat Wave, so if you want to make use out of the Care Troll, this is the time to do it before that Heat Wave might be drawn. Additionally, with doing Viandra in hand, it will combo very nicely with this Draco Turtle. And with that being a threat, Darren might need to think about just giving up the round here, or be thinking about what kind of big tools you need to commit, and it will be the pass.
Okay, so let's see what Archie decides to commit. You can reset card roll there, clicking that, and resetting with Gwentfinity should be alright. Alternatively, you have a 13-point heat wave. But yeah, we do see Draka Turtle, but not really. Okay, it is enough with the leader charge. So
yeah,
in one card, but no reset because you needed that one extra point. So Gwentfinity wouldn't be enough. And also, there was no bloodthirst for the engine to work. The work rare. Okay, squirrels loaded up on both sides of the board. There is stuff to eliminate. This Draka Turtle, this Call of the Depths, Giant Toad, or Succubus. The choices are last. And let's see. A squirrel, number 1. We have it. And squirrel for squirrel. It goes, no hesitation. You eat something of mine, I'm eating something of yours. And for Archie, it was also the passing time. For Dauren, it was, even if he's not playing like Asians, he's still building some carryover, this time through toads.
Yeah, and this is what is problematic, because we're going now into a long round 3, where despite committing location and Draco Turtle, with Draco Turtle getting banished now by the squirrel, Archie is essentially in the same spot as if they had just played sort of 6 bronzes and just won the round 1 after a tempo pass coming out from Dauren. But on the plus side, you have managed to get rid of the Dagon, and 12 Blood in a long round ain't nothing to scoff at, but you are missing Totem and Olgid, which Olgid not the biggest thing to miss, but it would have been nice. You can get the Totem with this in Aeromancy.
Yes, finding the Speller. I mean, you probably still... did we roll out all the infusions from Dagon? I guess so. They're still buffing.
Still has 1.
So yeah, you can remove 2 extra points, but there is no Dagon to worship anymore, so it's not the most influential thing to achieve with the Speller. Okay, so would assume that this is a totem. Totem has the active and passive part of the ability, and Order allows you to damage your own units by 2, so even with Armored Drakar it's already a decent value. You want to cash in on Riptide pretty fast, unless you are knowing that the Sigurd won't come as the clash target.
Yeah. If Olgid was available, you would have played that before the tournament, I think. 10 times out of 10. Yeah. So the fact that Totem is played first should probably signal to Darren there's no Olgid. I don't know if they're thinking that deeply in terms of hand reading, but yeah, if you get a Riptide to deal any damage in a round 3 here, you'll take it as Death Wish.
Okay, so might as well check the Ironite. The sword has been growing for 10, now 11 turns. Decent control tool against Knut and the likes of it, so... The card is achieving its goal, although you are not using it in 2 rounds. It's still a decent inclusion. Those drones are... well, not very useful here. Also, this use of AQ on alert Riptide plays for 9. not the most influential spawn from AQ. If everyone would play AQ only to spawn wholesome cards on the board without passive abilities, nobody would ever complain about that cards. And
yeah. So the important decision for Darren here is, what are you going to Heatwave and what are you going to Erendite? And you either want to typically shut down either the things in Self-Wound that are dealing damage to allied units, or the things in Self-Wound that absorb damage. So we could see Heatwave onto something. Notably, the Heatwave would also take it out of Sigdrifa's right contention. If you were to Erendite the Canute here, it's just going to come straight back with the Sigdrifa's right, which will be the play.
yeah. So in and out of game Knut most likely goes. This Royal Decree only has bronzes to pick up.
It's you who's always sexy.
And you have Siliana Harpies doubled. Alternatively, there is a Peller that can purify the bleeds on Sigvald, for example, but considering there is a heat wave in hand, we'll see. And now this Detlef was erased, denying the AQ play, but Succubus is on the board. We have one in the graveyard, so yeah, you have Consume on Siliana Harpy, on your leader. You have Royal Decree for a potential Consume, and you even have Doldulok or Chimera, if your heart so desires. Problem here is that Darren is going white, and Swollblood, well, will do some damage, some point swing, and you are spawning even more from Siliana Harpies, and although yeah, it already comes in. Also, Archer basically knows that there is no more control left.
So, Erendite on the Canute before heatwaving Sigvald, to me, feels like a bit of an off sequencing of the answers. It might have been better to just straight up heatwave the Canute and save the Erendite for the Svalbard, which, yeah, the Sigvald gets a bit of value, but it wouldn't be getting too much value since a lot of the damage dealers would have been dealt with. With all the control tools spent for Darren now, however, it means this Svalbard has free reign. We'll see if it is going to be enough for Archie to catch up in this point deficit. But these last couple of plays for Darren are pretty solid points-wise. But then again, once these bears get flipped, we'll get quite a big Svalbard explosion at the same time.
Yeah, so sometimes it starts to become counterproductive, but at the moment the explosions are still in Archie's favor, it feels like. Now with the Pellers and likes, maybe less so. The unit counts coming more or less equal, but it's only 14 points.
Just one hell of an imagination.
And once again, yeah, there we go. The point swing, you don't even need to play your last card. Sometimes this backfires, but not in this situation, and Archie is winning by 20 points. So GG's, yeah. Nice start. And Self-Wound is doing things. So I have this invite without the timer. I just not gonna interact with it, I guess. Because we need a new one to arrive. Okay, which one? Who did we have on blue coin? It was Dauren. Okay, I get the new invite.
Yeah, that Spellblood got like what, 5 damage or something to the whole entire board there, and it by and large nullified a lot of the succubus eats that occur throughout that whole entire round 3, just by dealing so much damage to everything. And look, that's where like it's just having one more small damage tool to be able to deal with either the returned canoe or the Swellblood would have made a huge difference there for Darren. And maybe regretting committing the Cyclops in the round 1. Maybe again could have. I mean, whatever you Aaron died was going to come back with the Sick Reefers right in that round 3 regardless. But I'm not convinced necessarily Sigvald was the Heatwave, but it's always hard when Sigvald has such a high ceiling.
Yeah. But and, in the end, this Swellblood was just too influential and left unanswered.
Have we gone back in time here? Because these are the same queues and basically the exact same decks. I think maybe -1 card.
Yes, there is a slight difference in Dauren's self-wound, but the monsters are the same. So let's see if Archie can flip the script and win from Blue Coin with the Death Wish here. Now he also has the experience that he got from the first game of how to not do things potentially. So let's see. But first play, we've seen that. Difference is Giant Toads are already in hand, and also no Draka Turtle to commit here. So infusions go to Bronze Deathwish units mostly, and then Deadlove Fire Vampire. We do have the Tinin, and yeah, you see all those infusions for the Call of the Depths.
Cards are blowing, fair winds the day.
Perhaps the difference as well in these self-win lists is that the Priest allows Archie to contest this round 1 a little bit more cheaply. I mean, yeah, we saw the Draco Turtle committed, but that's a 5p engine which works very well with the Draco Turtle, whereas in Darren's list, if you were to play, say, Draco Turtle, even the Old Guild or something, you don't have something like a Priest, a cheap bronze to start engineering away and getting a lot of value.
Okay, look at this squirrel tempo. Ooh, 30 points behind, and you drop a 4-point card. Now,
yeah.
For Dauren, there is no Draka Turtle. He still can, like, character holder was not committed early, so let's see.
So you have Vial for a Martyrum on the following turn when the Drakkar gets its armor back. We'll play for, I think just 9, essentially.
Yeah, and you turn in off the Demon Corsair. Ah, okay, yeah, you have 3 cards to play, so that's fine. So yeah, should be capable of doing it with bronzes, and yeah, takes the Martyrum. Still gets 3, plus gets Corsair, Drakkar, and then all geared committed should be enough. Don't think you want to throw Heatwave, do you?
Yeah. Yeah, with AQ still being a thing, Heatwave
can
find quite a bit of value still.
No Draka Turtle. Card Roll preserved. I'm not sure who is in a better situation compared to the game number 1. Especially since Olgerd was missed in the previous game. Okay, Dairon should be happy seeing Oniromancy Sigvald coming in. Draws for Archie. Not bad either. Irondite is in the deck still though.
This is the interesting thing, because we're going to end up in a long round 3 here. Basically same situation as last game, except Darren has committed less, you would think, in terms of only using the old gear rather than the Draco Turtle and location already. But we do need to see some important cards getting drawn here. We need to see Swellblood, Totem, Draco Turtle getting found by Darren.
Okay.
There's Swellblood.
Okay, those are decent pickups.
Okay.
Okay.
So Neomancy can get the Totem, and those are the most important things here for Darren. I'm not sure if you'd want to keep Dwim, since you would expect the Heatwave to find the K-Trolled. On the other side, Archie has found all their control tools. Arendite and Heatwave sitting in hand, as well as the Cyclops and Lord Riptide. We'll see if Lord Riptide will actually get value, but if Darren plays well, it shouldn't be too successful.
Okay.
Is it going to be Heatwave on Detlef, similarly to before?
Well, you cannot really expect to get a Heatwave on AQ because nobody's floating that while Heatwave is available. And what else can you Heatwave here? Realistically, Succubus. But no.
And the nice thing about Heatwaving the Detlef here is that the other main thing you want to eat for Archie is the Succubus. But that's not really online until Adrenaline 4 is active.
I don't have a dirty
so that means that for the next 3 turns here, you can't really afford to be eating the Succubus. So you need to be doing other things. And
just do other things.
Deathwish isn't very good at doing other things. Those other things are damage in this hand, and you don't want to be forced to play those too early.
Okay, so Arendite at 11. Nowhere to spend it yet. But yeah, you see the other harpies are not really doing much. I mean, here you can consume Succubus, you still have location for another one. If you are desperate, but at the same time, yeah, you can also just commit AQ, you're not getting anything better than that, and you can float it here as well, as we've seen Heatwave out from Dauren's hand already.
It looks like location might be sticking around here. For Darren, it's going to be Draco Turtle. Not clicking the K-Troll just yet. Just playing out the Draco Turtle, maybe letting it develop a little bit of armor.
The Sky Troll is also kind of devastating if you don't answer Sigvald or neither Sigvald or location, because you can just clash with the tallest unit and amount of bleeds you get quite significant.
Continent folk will never understand.
That's a lot of damage coming through onto the Draco Turtle all at once. Doesn't matter about this armor turning into boost if it's just slain straight away. And we see Heatwave on the Sigvald as well. So dealing very quickly with a lot of these threats. And hey, if there's no Sigvald, no Draco Turtle, no Olgierd, then this K-Troll is really not nearly as good. So now there's a bit of pressure. Do you use the Sigriffus Right to get the Draco Turtle back? If you do so, then whatever this Arendite or even this Lord Riptide right now end up killing will just be sent into the graveyard and not able to come back.
Yeah. But it kinda should be Draco Turtle, and it should be boosted immediately out of Arendite range, so hopefully Dauren was counting. Pro players usually do. Casters can see it, viewers just hope that it's gonna be enough, but pro players usually have this. At the beginning of the year, we had one of the Qualis participants making a small tool for themselves to actually keep the count of Arendite and few other things.
With the Temper Class coming out in round 1 from Archie here, this is about as big as your Arendite is ever going to get. It's already worth 15 points, which is usually what you'll get it'll be happy to get even if you play this as the very final card in round 3, but to have it with 4 cards still left in hand is
What do you need?
very nice in terms of that value. And it's going to be the Subduthus right coming out here.
Okay, so 16 is exactly enough to avoid unnecessary complications.
I don't have a dirty mind. Just one hell of a
But you basically exhaust the entire armor pool of Dracaturtle, so no extra points from that. And since you missed Totem, like you mentioned that you don't want Dwimvianders, but you are fine if you can expand your Oniro onto the Dwim. Sadly, you kind of need the Totem here to do the Swellblood shenanigans, so yeah. Otherwise you'd be pretty happy with drawing everything and just replace that verification for Dwim here.
Yeah, or even having an Armored Drakkar in place. Having would have, if you had the ability to play that earlier in the round, have the totem acting on that every turn. That also would have been a much preferable thing to have in hand here.
So using Irondite on this Knut would set up Sports value at what, 11? Not bad, considering nothing is nothing has been eaten to get out of proportions. That might be what you end up taking here. Okay, that signals that Dwimviandra has not been kept in hand.
Yeah. Looks like we're just going to be a CS Spellblood finisher here for Darren, I imagine.
It's not that I'm always boring. It's you who's always sexy.
No.
Okay, Spellblood coming out first. Okay, you
There
get
is a
2
bear.
turns of Spellblood value here. You know that the only control tool left is the Riptide, which won't be able to kill the Spellblood, with that verification there being a little bit too big.
A little bit of sports value being stolen at the same time. It's only 1 point, right? Is it enough?
I'm not sure you
Relax.
were playing the Riptide front row there, because further Spellblood triggers would have done damage as well. But yeah, we'll see if these further picks are enough.
And one last explosion does it by 1. I'm pretty certain Dauren did the math, calculated everything to reverse this, or like to get the same result Archie got 10 minutes ago. And we have the dominant deck figured out for this meta. Self-Wound. Never losing, only wins on day 2 of this qualifier. Never in doubt, we just throw away day 1 out of window and have this Skellige deck with 100% win rate. Amazing. All is as expected, and even invite is arriving in time. So we have game number 3 incoming of this final. Score is 1-1. We are playing best of 5, so each player needs to win 2 more games to progress into the grand finals. That's happening on the next weekend. Saturday is the day. Where is the screen? No, yeah, I can even show that. So we have Mayamon and Lerio waiting there. You see the prize pool money. It will be $2,000 and whatever gets crowdfunded, but no stopping here. We have Deathwish struggling and Deathwish going in from blue coin again.
Yeah, so maybe Monsters is the new self-wound today. It's going to be the deck that's just going to keep on struggling. And I don't think it's going to have a particularly good time against Run-Free Soldiers, because they'll have... Actually, yes, there is double cavalry in deck, as well as Ramon and I assume, double slave drivers, yeah, so we could be getting upwards of 5 locks, and then the leader has a 6th coming out from Archie here. That's able to deal with a lot of Death Wish units.
Oh, look, the first one. So, cannot really float your AQs, your Deathloves, your Bruce Rituals, but you only have 2 leader charges. With no Speller in hand and no access to it, you kind of have to commit a leader charge as well. But
most importantly, we don't have Dagon coming out in the round 1 here, so it's not able to get these infusions out in round 1. Not able to start worshipping Dagon with these bronzes being thinned out by the Gross Ritual. Double Succubus already is quite unfortunate, because it means that you only have 1 more Succubus to play, which would be from a location. If that gets locked, then you're not getting any Succubus value this game. Here's another lock from the Runestone, just to add insult to injury as well.
Just why not?
In other matchups, it doesn't feel nearly as bad to play the Dagon in its sort of second form, because it often would force out a heat wave onto the Dagon. But when you're against a deck with a bunch of locks, lock essentially does as much as heat wave against second form Dagon, and it's just going to trade down terribly provision wise.
Yeah,
one of the many locks that Archie could play out.
There is also Imposter, so you can kind of can get it back, and then you kind of have to answer it otherwise. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Always under control. It's not like Rensby creates Death Wish units on their side of the board, so you don't get full profit and then you just deal with it anyway. But here, players continue to play. Locks expanded, now a little bit of thinning and just wholesome Archfiend Torches set up onto the front row, but for potential 3's Meteor Shower, buffing all the units. When you play mostly 5s, 7s, getting +3 on each of them, +4, decent enough. But you'd want to keep it for later. Also, quite unfortunate things happen in Succubus. So was Succubi, both of them were thinned out, as you mentioned. There is no Iris' Companion for Dauren, so Dagon being missed. A few things would have gone better.
Opting to not try to set up the bonded on the Slayer Harpies here. Just going for the Drago Warrior, which isn't really lengthening the point gap much, since I don't think it ate anything with an important Death Wish here. Yeah, I just ate a locked up Siren. So probably trying to play around. Was it the Siren? I think it was the Siren, or maybe the Bridge Troll. Either way, this Vanamar isn't looking so big, and we actually see a pass coming out from Archie. So able to get the round win for Darwin. And I think you need to bleed here, mainly just to split up the Triss value. You want to make it so that you have 2 mid-length rounds, so that the Triss doesn't get 1 super long round, so that Archie can stack a lot of toll units on the front row and get a lot of that meteor value.
So there it is, Dagon Reason, ready to go from the tutor, but risky to play.
Yeah, at this point you have literally 5 units left in deck, and that would mean you'd have to play out like a Squirrel, a Toad, and Dragon Warrior and eat them all in like the round 3, and that just gets way too awkward.
Okay, so Imposter is getting expanded here, and we see that players just not allowing that second copy of Deathlove being produced by Arachas Queen, consuming it, like heat waving it in case of self wound. Here we see Leader Van Himar. This is a toll punish that required lock, but we also have Leo Bonard for Archie in deck, so more toll punish is possible.
Also, by using the Vanamar in the same turn here, you don't have the locked Deathlove sitting on board. It means this Peller isn't able to purify the Deathlove and get it to repeat value. I'm gonna get taken away by the heat wave there. I don't think there would have been a way to consume it, but yeah. Maybe something could have been rolled from
cooldown. Kindness. Okay, so I honestly kind of prefer to just check what they picked, because you are usually rushing through them, unless you know that the person is searching for something very, very specific. So stratagems and the passive buffing by the placements is what we have here for Archie as the leader. Sometimes one leader ability is just not enough. That's why people like Renfrey. You just go again.
Yeah.
Trickery! Treachery!
Okay, so Death Wish Tutor with only 2 units. No Imposter anymore. And at the moment, severe lack of lock potential. But spawn your stratagem on melee row is... yeah. Is lacking. Where is the Nilfgaard stratagem, Archie? What is this neutral magic lamp that you put into the deck for potential extra points on trees?
Could have had more locks. Yeah, in fact, there's actually no further lock in hand. Yeah. So I know I said that this Dagon Risen would be very unlikely to find value, but playing the cavalry from hand round 1 and not having access to the second cavalry, this opens up a possibility for Darren to just sit on this Dagon and get it even to 5th counter. So there's not even Iris's companions try to tutor it, like the lock.
So Foglet can kill it, right? Like it's split into 4. Now you play second illusionist, take a Foglet, consume the Foglet with the Siren.
Yeah.
Oh, this. Okay, fair enough. Offensive 3 is taken early. Is a line. I must admit, I haven't seen this used for killing a Dagon. Honest confession. This is...
Wow.
This happened. Like, that's one for the books.
Yeah, it gets the job done a turn earlier than the Foglet would have.
Yeah, like it does it immediately, and like Foglet was also like sending the message that it's dying anyway. So if you really want to, although yeah, there is no. I guess it could have been buffed with Irondite, so it would have been lowest unit on the board. So your concern is that the discard advantage might come.
It's gonna be Arrakis Queen coming out from Riptide again.
It seems to be the line everybody was sleeping on for 2 years.
It feels terrible, but with this offensive curse particularly, it's very clear there is no lock here for Archie. So you basically need to keep pushing as much as you can. Because when locks are out in round 3, your succubus isn't doing much anyways. Or assuming it gets drawn, it might not, because there's still quite a bit left, or quite a large number of cards left in deck for Archie here. Okay. Arrakis Queen getting eaten, Riptide here on 9 power.
Are we seeing Peller onto the Giant Toad to just keep the carryover? Not yet. Or maybe not at all.
Yeah, I think you just need to be pushing the tempo here, more importantly.
Yeah.
So we'll see if we might play Peller as the final card, but since it doesn't really help with the point gap, you might end up just giving a hard advantage.
Okay, so... Ah! Dauren decides to eat that Siren for extra points. A bit surprising. As in, first consume was like, oh, he's playing around the Leo Bonard getting max value, but turns out that he went into the point maximization. What do we have here for Archie? 12 point rent-free gang plus the click on the Jin would be enough.
I think playing Pella here actually results in... Oh no. No, I think it'll be just short of the 2-0 because of the...
So that's... There is a passive from rent-free as well.
Passive, yeah.
So click
should be
in.
getting 4 points on the passive.
So this is 5, 7, 19, 19 and 8, 27 points. Unless I messed up, but yeah. Yeah, I messed up somewhere and it's an actual tie. But some draws are not as... some ties are not really ties when they are happening in round 2. And we have Dauren actually getting there. Could have been better in terms of draws for Archer there. Leo Bonard instead of that Iris would have been good enough to catch up, but risk pays off. And now match point for Dauren, one step away from that final, grand final appearance, becoming top 4 ladder player of the year basically. Let's call it what it is. Consistency, allowing, and also the desire to actually play in the tournaments brings him as close as possible to make in the finals appearance. Archie has that wish. Do we see that wish from Blue Coin again?
Probably.
Yeah.
It will be playing against these square controllers. So, yeah, I think you take Renfrey on red and Hunger on blue here for Archie. I don't see any reason to mix up the coins that you traditionally queue these lists on. And that is what we see here. And both will be playing against Precision Strike Control. Now this is...
But
could be a
darling, it's
little
your
bit
lucky
tough.
day.
Ensolitari Zero gifted a tier 1 sub to Socre Blue 111. They have given 17 gift subs in the channel.
Going to care about a lot of the damage he controlled that Darwin will be putting up. But they do need to play around the Shiru.
Yeah.
That's the real X factor in this matchup, which if Darwin can get a good Shiru, that could very well carry Darwin to victory, not just in this game, but in the series and in the qualifier as a whole.
Okay, so finally we get a Bruce that is not spending a leader charge as well. A 6-point roll, but you want to buff your Philavandrel, the leftmost card, and instead we see the Blue Mountain Elite being not the best card in the video game. Every card cannot be just the best card, sometimes you have to take a weak one.
Last game we saw the Dagon being missed from Darwin in round 1. This time it's Archie's turn to miss the Dagon in round 1. But there is the Heatwave in hand for Darwin here, so a second form Dagon isn't going to be as scary, one would think, as it ended up being last game.
Yeah.
Very slow lead from Darwin though. I don't think you'll be able to really contest the round after doing this. We'll have to see. The Call of the Forest is not an insignificant commitment. It might just be going for a dwarf here to set up the volunteers thing.
Wait. So Siren was scaled to limit the amount of consumes, but yeah, there is the Entrega Warrior, there is a Cyclops, so that task was kinda doomed. And no dwarfs for you anymore.
Shiro to 5, I think, is fine for Darren here. Pretty good roll on the Circle of Life, didn't get a death blow, so that hand boost was random.
Yeah, between 5 targets even. 5 should be alright, and yeah, this is not guerrilla tactics, precision strike, so you can try to fine-tune units on the board. You still have support from locations. You can go to Shiro at 7 with Circle of Life, with Bountiful Harvest roll still. We'll see how it goes.
Boosting it with a mushy truffle sitting on board. Or perhaps more impactfully could be Mahakam Pass combining with his 5 power Shiro, getting up to 10 power, which is what Seleno Harpies will be sitting at after consuming a Succubus. Or even a Toad after eating the Dettlaff. So now you know that the Dagon will be in second form here for Darren. Do you use Heatwave on the Dettlaff and then essentially lack an answer to that Dagon, or do you allow this Dettlaff to go through?
Okay, yeah. This is change of the script from before. Usually it was Heatwave. Ah, interesting. Now the Dettlaff is allowed to stick. There is access to Mist Gods on Royal Decree, but is it actually happening? It probably will happen, like why wouldn't it? When you already commit your Dettlaff as a throwaway card in round 2 sounds kinda unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah, that's... I think it seems fair to expect. So probably best choice then might have been the Nostrils Commander, but not really wanting to buff the Philavandrel above 7 here means that you can't choose that since it was the leftmost card from the Bountiful Harvest.
Yeah, this also sets up 7, so that might have been something to keep in mind. This Zoltan is not getting armor.
No, we are
and that is also allowing you to set up another 7 on the board.
Yeah.
Which might be good. Or you can just... do that! Yeah, I was like, you can still try to like play slowly and then just commit the leader and do the Shiro thing. But you can just, Circle of Life. It's a Circle of Life. Buffing the Shiro. Look at those, at all those 7s you can deal with in one go.
And, okay, this... Like, you might think just Heatwave the Dagon here, but it might just be preferable to use one leader and Shiro at 7 to kill off the Dagon. Yes, it will still get the first 2 Death Wish effects of summoning the Lost Power Bronze Death Wish from Graveyard and boosting all allied units by 1. But, okay, decides not to do so anyways. That is Heatwave gone.
Do you think Archie expects 7s to be erased? And also, how long do you sit on this? It's not like that, although, okay, playing Endrega on double 7s would be sort of devastating, but here it comes. Subs of this channel can use the Shiro People Riot emote. That was a spicy one, but it's not even enough to get you ahead unless you commit the Masha Truffle or leader suboptimally. So yeah, that's what I meant asking, like, how long are you sitting on it?
But I guess the nice thing now is that Philavan for Frogmating season will be a whole lot of points and should be enough to get ahead. Thank you. Yeah, by quite the margin.
Sort is at
11.
11.
Unit here could give a Heatwave over, which if you don't have last say for Archie, then this Heatwave really isn't that great because you wouldn't be finding the Gord. it makes sense to take the Erendite first. There's no scroll that you're worried about here, so get the echo value at 11 damage that turn. It was pretty solid play.
Do you take leader as Dauren against Deathwish? It's not always easy to get one, although knowing that your opponent basically has sort of bad cards, maybe.
Yeah, well, it depends. If they can get away with just playing like the Succubus and a few consumes, then it could be quite difficult to get that leader to stick. Islam's Council for Right Officer, probably wanting to save the dwarves to ensure you get like that volunteer thinning available in that round 3.
I think it's time to actually thin the leader out. Less problems for you.
Yeah, I think I would agree.
On the other hand, like you can get by without it, right? Nah. I mean, Mashed Raffle is as good as the Profilon Sentinels, more or less. So yeah, if we see the problem eliminated, now you're most likely seeing your Mahakam pass unless literally bottom card.
And it's probably Heatwave trading for Gord here. Zoltan Warrior is spawning Eudora in this deck, especially with that little cherry on top. Zoltan would be having more value than the Gord, even in a short round 3 like this. So it's going to be card advantage here for Dauren, but still 1 leader charge remaining for Archie, and a pretty big Erendite coming back here, sitting up 14 damage on the Erendite. Finds the Succubus, and probably desperately looking for this Arrakis Queen. Finds it as well, so couldn't be asking for better draws there. On the other side, I mean, Mahakam Pass is probably the most important gold remaining. And I don't know if it was searching for the Mahakam Volunteers, but verification for 10 is pretty
You cannot take the volunteers, right? You need to control the dwarf. And
yeah.
Nothing was really doing it here for the volunteers unless you have one in hand.
We're not done if you can still
Because you were either losing the Skirm or Zoltan Warrior damage, and that's bad. So Deathwish, of course, cannot go unitless, so yeah, all this damage is finding value. Zoltan will get 2 targets to hit. You have, what, 11 hidden points on your 2 locations, and even engine is sticking, so can 16 power or 16 damage Erendite do it here? I somehow doubt it.
I would as well.
And even Zoltan is getting activated, everything is getting clicked. So it's not even enough. Dauren will show the last card. He does, and he does it. The madman does it. We have ourselves the 3rd participant of the grandest of the finals, basically. So Precision Strike is victorious. GG's to both players. So how did you like it?
Very well played in that matchup. Those were some lucky rolls with the Circle of Life buffing up the Shiru 2 times, wasn't it?
Yeah, this Shiru getting to 7 without clicking Mashed Raffle or finding Mahakam Pass, putting it to 8 and like mowing it down by 1 point. It happened. Some luck is always included in Gwent. Should we, like, do we still have the invitation? I'm not sure.
I don't have any more.
Okay, so I'll just click it and leave it, because otherwise it might be, although it's not allowing me to leave. But yeah, this was the first final of the day, but not the last one. Metal has been broadcasting the lower bracket semi-final. Do we have the result from there already? Okay, so it's closed for me now. No invite. Where was it? Okay, we actually don't see Metal is micromanaging Discord server a little bit. I don't have the link.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, another final is coming, so Archie gets a second shot. Will it be against Sandvanter? Will it be against PFH? We don't know at the moment. Opening the stream, it's, yeah, on 20-minute delay, of course. It's not clear yet, but they only played, they finished in the second game. So by now it should be 3 games played. We'll see. At the moment, I take a break. I lost your camera again. Before that, well, the reminder that crowdfund is running. That Mayamon and Lerio are waiting for the finalists. Now only for one, because Dauren is joining them. They are sitting there waiting for the last participant. So we got another spicy final ahead of us. But yeah, let's take a break, and like I might jump in back for a second if I'll find the current score of Metal to give you estimation, guys. But if not, then we'll just return with the second final and the deck review for that. So be right back. Okay, so we are kind of back. Let me just fix this screen as well. This course, we don't know who's playing, but at the moment we can open Metal stream. Okay, I'm back and I'm putting Metal stream on. Not sure if you are here, Lemon. Okay, you are. Yeah. So, okay, I'm blocking the score. Should I just hide myself? I can. So, Sanvanter PFH is at 1-1 at the moment. We won't be, since we are casting on delay, but Metal Stream is also on delay. At some point, the match will, the series will finish, but at least we can cover some of it. So, let's do exactly that. I guess score is kind of known, so I'll leave the camera on blocking the score. We'll figure it out. It's at 1-1, so we still a long way to go, 2 wins. Although Dauran was kind of fast getting those 2 wins in the previous series. So, Masquerade Ball Devotion against Syndicate Lined Pockets with Acherontia, but also with the Bounty package.
So Syndicate on the bleed here, immediately getting Bowl out, like as the first card in, well, a 10 card hand. That's a huge commitment from Pfeach. So we'll see if Sanvanta decides to push below 7 here, or just says, okay, Bowl's out, I think I can take you in a long round 3. Often what a Bowl deck can do is if they think they have enough engines that they'll just win out in a long round 3 anyways, particularly with first say, as would be in this game. You can just commit the Ball in the round 2 to either, force the opponent to choose between, am I going to bleed into Ball here and probably lose my card, or go into a 10 card round 3 against a lot of very strong, scary status engines.
Yeah. So what is committed? Like, you played the Ball, but at the same time there is nothing to poison. So yeah, the Fang of the Empire. It takes 1 for the entire Empire. Just poisoning a 1 power unit. It's not much, but it's kind of honest work of an assassin, paid assassin.
This would be a very easy board wipe with this Brawler.
Yeah, when wasn't it?
Would end up giving poison target, but I think you just take it.
Yeah. So that's supposed to get locked most likely, otherwise this board wipe will repeat itself multiple times. Would have been nice to have a Purify here. That one that gives coins. Okay, takes the Disciple here. Going white. Going white against status would be nice, but also I can just keep the coins.
The kitchen presents its finest yet.
Yeah, having the 9 coins here, maybe it's to help play around, like with the threat of a potential Philippa. Scare the opponent into what kind of reach you have. Notice Sanvanta only has 2 coins in the, 2 leader charges left, which is not very much when it comes to trying to trigger Open Sesames.
Yeah, maybe had to commit, we missed it, but maybe as a catch-up in round 1, as he won it, maybe he needed to expand a little bit more.
Decides to boost up these poisoned units to avoid an overprofit, it seems.
Might as well spend some coins to vanity projects, if otherwise they are getting wasted.
Yeah, Or are we just playing Scoundrel?
I'm not a fan of this roping. Especially into the eavesdrop. But at least, yeah, seems that it's just the caster's delay and no gold traveled back. Would have been quite devastating to lose a Chirontia. Not to the bottom of the sea, but to the bottom of your deck with 12 cards there.
Yeah, and this is such an easy bleed defense for Beefy. She's playing 4 provision bronzes. These Van Molhem servants are playing as 7 power poisons, basically. And it's probably worth noting, Scoundrel is terrible against this imposter leader.
Yeah.
Because it has such a big body. So you probably want to even just toss it away in this round too. Maybe use the tribute, get a Dame out, so you don't have to deal with that Dame in a round 3 potentially.
Feeling a bit peckish.
Okay, so at least 1 gold is getting bled out here.
Oh, looks like Sunvan's won on even actually.
Yeah,
that
he's from red coin, yeah, but it's still like if you start spending your scoundrels and juniors, it's not good, but as you pointed, the 12-point body, that is also like growing depending on the row. Population and status population on that row, maybe I might throw it away. As you pointed out, there is the Thirsty Dame that can be picked. I didn't follow the coin situation, but should be enough. No. Yeah, now it's 4 coins. Not like it matters much here. Pifich can allow himself to drop another bronze. Not sure what Ku is doing on like golds, but you can also Ku the disciple that has oh, not anymore, but potentially it could have been another slow bronze play that doesn't really commit too much into this.
Yeah, if there was, I think, an agent near the top deck here, you could use the Odd Fiend to put Spine on the Scoundrel. And yeah, you'd summon out an opposing bronze unit, but I don't think they'll be that impactful here. It's fine getting that 12-point body yourself. But this is where it gets harder for Sunvans, because these are your important goals you'd like to be keeping for the round 3, but if you want to get more out, you do need to start committing something more impactful.
Slow, ain't ya?
And yeah, Chirontia is good and all, but you only have so many coins available to you. Of course, yeah, you draw more cards and that might be enough, but still.
And a crunch is only good if you have a spender to spend coins with, which, if they're all going to get locked up or poisoned, then
okay,
it's
so
not
yeah.
very good.
Decides to float the boat. Gets a good card here. And considering the potential of Chirontia was questionable, it's a decent trade.
Yeah, I mean, if you committed the morals with Tribute here, you'd be summoning the King of Beggars, getting a spender on board, and that would be allowing the Vice to proc at least once with all that spending. Could be quite a big swing. So despite the 20-point lead here...
Yeah, I'm not sure about the... Did Metal show us the graveyard? I didn't notice myself, but okay, here we go. All in, incoming. Some extra coins from Executioner. It is a spender, but you also got KOB anyway. Shouldn't be a problem with yeah, leader available on the Scoundrel to catch up, but at least you bleed like basically everything.
Yeah. most important thing here, though, is to get both the card and leader out if you're playing into this. Because the Joachim is essentially just whatever you play from the top deck plus 6 points here. So it's going to be quite tough to actually force out this leader.
Okay, so there are no sesames to talk about. Then what? You can also try to go no unit to deny leader, but yeah, we'd need to see what's left in the deck. We've seen Joachim, we've seen Usurper. Is Pifich thinking about just leading and discarding Joachim? I think that will be the line, because there is an Emir on top of the deck, most likely still.
Right.
So avoids thinning extra gold. And there are double Seditious Aristocrats available with Pikemen, I think, so yeah, nice line taken. Can you risk keeping Ku? I don't think so, so yeah.
I think that's too risky. You better hope you don't draw into it with the Emir.
The North shall tuck tail and beg for mercy.
Down with tyranny. Yes.
Not bad actually getting the double emissary here. They can be seized with the Emir and play for quite a few points on deploy. I don't think we'll be getting any brawler board wipes here.
Yeah, we are getting potential no unit plays, but yeah, I'm not certain how good those are. And you even steal the spice, kinda rude. So no interactivity given, but Pifich doesn't really care about that. Now Brawler is a 4, there is 11 points, but not exactly because of the armor and also the passive of Emir. This is just a 6, that is actually a 5. And unless there is a bunch of sesames, yeah, it's not enough. Not enough by small margin, but margin nonetheless. 5 points is the victory for Pifich. He gets ahead 2-1 in this series. Sanvanter is still on his AQ. I love seeing the Raha Swarm being played by him, but we also need to be on the lookout for like the actual end of this series in real time, because I don't think we want to extend the event for too long, but so far so good. So we are watching the next game most likely in its full length.
It's going to be off the books from Pifich. I imagine Sanvant will be on blue coin this time, so it's like going to be triple leader against the off the books, and that should be a pretty decent matchup for the triple idia, since I don't think off the books has that many great ways to get through devotion. Yeah, it is a through defender, because
yeah,
I was like, is defender.
This devotion. So
although there is a Philippa.
Okay, yeah, I opened the list now. So this is Pifich's decks. Of the books is the one that we will be watching in action for 1 or 2 games. No Heatwave. Should be a devotion list with Junior, but yeah, Philippa kinda deals with the defender, and there are no good ways to buff it above 9. In this AQ list, of course, you can combine like Tome, Defender play, and Hideous Feast, but that's not guaranteed to be given to you by the opponent. Okay, so yeah, I get to see the triple leader deck in action. I'm happy, can't complain. Do we see the access to triple leader? We do see Either and Arcane Tome, but something's missing. You need 3 things to go correct for it to be a proper way. At the same time, like, do you even care? There is not enough money, unless you go full leader, there is not enough money to brawl. Is there even a brawler in this deck?
There is one brawler.
Okay. But yeah.
Unfortunately, the Philippa is missing for P-Feach. If Philippa was there, we might have even just seen full leader Philippa to begin with here.
Yeah, that's between brawler and that it would have been. What do you mean she was missing? Just go full leader and bank and get Philippa top deck and showcase that you are a pro player.
Yeah, you should be playing here Kung Fu, not these players. I don't think they know what they're doing nearly as well as you.
Yeah. Picking the least probable line is how I lose my pro ladder and even like rank 5 games nowadays. So, yeah. Okay, so we do see most likely Araha's Queen being picked here, and by most likely I mean, yeah. If defender, like, if the tome is given back to you, sure, you can go for other stuff, but most likely.
Yeah, so yeah, you could click Tome for a Fistech here for P-Feach and get a 1-turn poison as a result, but then yeah, you're giving Tome back to the opponent, you give them a way to shoot a defender.
Okay,
so
we're actually seeing that in action.
Okay, that is the line. So goodbye to this idiot.
But where there is one, there is a few more. At the same time, like, it activates the ability to, once again, the open sesame sign in the deck, so one is already in the graveyard, you get access to the second one, so this is like the balance of things. What do you want to allow your opponent to do? But as you mentioned that, yeah, there might be a struggle to get through the defender from this deck. We see the Arcane Tome clicked, and it's actually a Hideous Feast just activating. The power of this Stalker doesn't even care about killing the Abomination, just grow it tall, grow it out of Philippa range.
Also out of Horse and Junior range.
Yeah.
And naturally with a Veil, this Stalker will be protected from poisons. We saw that the 1-turn poison combo last turn with the Arcane Tome, but the second copy of Fistech is in hand for P-Feach, so that can't be tutored with the Tome, meaning it's not possible to do the similar 1-turn combo here. Not that you necessarily would want to, because AQ has quite a powerful Death Wish, but yeah, not really on the table there.
Okay, once again, there is of course a line. You just take the plunder, roll a poison. From there, you have enough coins for that. You click Arcane Tome. Game's easy if you if you can reload your game if you fail like 95 times.
Perhaps, ironically, that one is a somewhat viable line, because I think it's maybe a bit under 50-50 that you would get that failed experiment from the Eventide combo.
First time in history I suggested somewhat possible line to take. I'm happy.
Look at you just making you're just like joking around, and I'm like hyper analyzing like how possible is it actually.
Okay, so this is a round from Syndicate, certainly. Is it a good one? I'm not entirely sure, but they got full bank, they got Sesames in the graveyard, and they got a dream.
Yeah,
a dream of winning it.
They will have 3 units in graveyard, which means that the Witcher Sabbath will be online. Sometimes from Red Coin you could try to play unitless with some of these more maybe crime lists, just play out some fist tags and maybe discard something. But the Flying Redanium coming out automatically just gives an extra target for the Sabbath, and it's kind of going to backfire in that way.
Shite. Maps
upside
down
again. Raiders. You really do want to try to win this round for P-Feature, even though it's going to be quite difficult to do so. Playing into this Idir, playing into the Stalker when you don't have any engine value of yourself and really don't have any good plays in hand either.
So, Sunventer. Just, yeah. Just bronzes here. Probably doesn't want to just overcommit with the hive mind, so. Squirrel is enticing, just go for it. Let's open that sesame. But no. Seeing the point gap. Challenges P-Fitch to cover it. There we go. Poison was there. Of course, this is a different copy of the plunder. This is getting taken, and yeah, the poison connects. So you guarantee yourself a long round. That was also ultra close, but good enough.
Yeah, the poisons get it done barely. There was no one big play. The only, I guess, together it becomes a big play that when you're able to combine the poisons like that. So now do you bleed 2 cards down trying to somehow force out the Sabbath? Or do we just go into a 10 card round 3 where your opponent has triple Idir Sabbath with first say and you have really nothing good coming back from your own side of the Witcher's Sabbath as Syndicate?
Yeah, it's that's a position to be in with all the cards down. Yes, as P-Fage, I'll play into this. I want to see the commitment of the Sabbath, but first, small little squirrel is trying to delete some of the carryover. How? We are going in by the looks of it. This is not a spender, so a little bit of over profit, but yeah. Alternative way of playing it out was just to bleed till you see the Sabbath, Witcher's Sabbath committed, without actually clicking Novigrad. There was an attempt to find a spender. That was unsuccessful.
And there's what you have Eventide Plunder as like the second copy for spending. You have the King of Beggars, which will come out at some point. Still have that Brawler and an Oxenfurt Guard, and beyond Candle, that's it for spending. Could be a bit awkward to proc these open sesames, especially if these spenders get killed off with all the damage organics that Sunbonda has access to. Be Hive Mind. Pretty good way to defend the bleed here without committing anything super duper valuable. And Hive Mind itself is quite nice, but often you end up playing it in round 1 anyways in these sorts of lists.
Best not play with fire.
Okay, so we get Salamage established. You have some tributes to pay for in the next couple of turns, but yeah, this is an awkward bleed for P-Fitch. Does he decide to go all in? All in shouldn't really end up in a 2-0 usually when you bleed in multiple cards down. I also need to keep an eye on the invites because like things are happening in real time as well. So yeah, no invites at the moment. And we might get the actual lower bracket final start, so we'll have to cut it short unless I'll notify Metal right about now that... Ah, okay, it already has started. Wait, did it start 8 minutes ago? Did you get an invite by any chance?
I may have entirely missed that. Yeah, I did not get an invite, but there's 2 copies of the 20 climb. But I don't see bans. So.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, the bans have not been made yet. So yeah, we're trying to fill the gap between the games, but at the same time things are happening with a 20-minute delay by the looks of it. I would assume that the players are not streaming today as well, and if they were, it would be on delay anyway. Is the second version of the bracket also without a ban?
Yeah. It's the same.
Ah, okay, it is the same. To be fair, yeah, the bracket should have been started now. It's weird because Metal written in 2:25 PM and then started it 3 minutes later instead of 10 minutes later. So yeah, sorry for a bit of confusion, guys, but we're trying to work it out so that we don't actually miss the content. At the moment, Blade is going tremendously well here for Pivot. He is 36 points ahead. He played his tribute unit. Salamandra Mage brought some extra value.
Wait, how did... Wait, since when was Philippa in hand? Did we high roll an eavesdrop and draw Philippa? I do not remember her being in hand before. Pretty nice still into the Stalker, and now it's looking like Sunvanta will have to... Okay, Acid Spit might be able to carry here.
But not in one go, right?
Yeah. Even doing it in 2 is a bit tough, because for Acid Spit you need to, you know, spawn drones.
Yeah, and at the moment the spawny part is kind of missing with 2 leader charges. Okay, Glasty is not nice math, exactly enough. Man, would have been nice to know what happens in the real game. But I guess one of the players is taking a break. Okay, so the Sabbath is here. Sabbath has like 6s, the Abominations to bring out. What else is there for Syndicate? Yeah, the Salamandra Mage is the third unit. For yourself, you did need the Kikimor Worker, so that third 7 is not really ideal.
Bit unlucky there. So one of the ideas can be dealt with the Horse and Junior. The second, well, I'm not sure how you're getting coins for the Moros Tribute, unless maybe you should just play that first. Yeah. So gonna be the Moros to take out one of the ideas. Here comes King of Beggars, a nice little 2-coin refund from this resurrected Salamandra Mage as well.
Okay, so we got the confirmation that players are taking their time. No big deal. We probably get enough time to witness the end of this match then.
Yes.
So yeah, we tried to tune in to cast it, but then I kind of got distracted by not missing the final, so it's a bit hectic. But yeah, you also probably are watching this on Metal's channel, right, guys? So you don't even hear us. It's fine. Okay, so Syndicate Bank with 4 cards. You do get your Acherontia if you so desire. Turns out a gold card in round 3 is still a gold card, especially with the profit. If you didn't expect to actually trigger it, it's still alright. And yeah, the Acherontia is not sticking, which is kinda unfortunate for it. You'd want to that, but that's what I was alluding to, saying that gold card is still a gold card compared to bronzes. Okay, now internet is lagging. We need to survive. Gwent, internet, everything.
Please. Wilson taking out the Stalker to deny any additional value from spawns his final turn.
And there is not much left in this deck. Defender decided to just chill till the end, so you get your 12-point heat wave, but that's not good enough. And premium grade won't find any better. And yeah, since I was blocking the score will be on the screen any moment now. But so this is Pfitch traveling into the lower bracket final, meeting Archie there, so it's gonna be one spicy game with players not using their usernames. And we got the invite, so let's just switch to this. We should have been actually reviewing the players decks, but since we just witnessed Archie's entire series and Pfitch we were seeing in-game, it's totally fine.
Yep. So let's quickly note the bans. It is going to be off guard, ban for both players. Not the same list. One is playing aristocrats, the other is playing men-free soldiers, but off guard either way, so don't need to worry too much there. Instead, it's going to be both players with self-wound, both players with overwhelming hunger, and then the third deck for each player is going to be the Northern Realms Knights for Archie, and then off the books, Open Sesames for Pfitch. And with both players playing under aliases here, I will be getting quite confused with their names, but that's just part of the fun of casting professional Gwent, isn't it?
Yes, I do agree with that. Trying to also set up the ban screen, so also Metal, thanks for the raid. So who is on blue coin here? Can you tell me that, please?
Blue coin to begin with is Pfitch, And if I have to make a prediction again, it's gonna be Hunger against Self-Wound, because yeah, that's just the most typical cues for both players. But hey, for blue coin for Archie, there's a bit more of an argument to play Knights as well. Archie probably would have preferred having more blue coins, since they have 2 blue coin decks not banned and 1 red coin deck banned, but not the case for them. They'll be kicking us off here on red coin with the Self-Wound, and it's Hunger on the lead from blue.
So we have a slight problem with the music. Since we were watching metal, I might have turned the game sound off, and Gwent is a beautiful game that doesn't have sound options inside the game, inside the match, so we'll have just Gwent music on the background from the YouTube. It is what it is. Let's bring Lemon back on, and here we go. The final to decide the 4th place in fourth ticket to the grand finals is happening now. Babka Daurena is Archie, Lerio worst player is a questionable statement considering he's already waiting for you in that set final. So yeah, this is Pifich trying to at least be on the same level, get into the same tournament. Let's go. And this is a non-standard opening, I must say, for the Death Wish, going for Succubus. No Dagon, no... Well, he decided not to tutor the Tenin.
Maybe the argument is that since Dagon is vulnerable to Squirrel, you want to save the Dagon as second form. Because then you essentially force out the heat wave, which is a much bigger answer.
You also cannot tutor the Dagon.
Oh, yes, there's that.
So I meant not tutoring the ritual as a first turn, but yeah, we see that it's happening on the second turn. I don't know why. I mean, I probably know even the council, Isengrim's council is the reason. I always expect the Whispering Hillock to actually buff by 2 points. But it never happens.
The Dagon Infusions, it almost does. Some nice engines set up here already for Archie. Priest Drakar, Corsairs, they'll be having a lot of nice synergy with the armor getting knocked off the Drakar and then coming back each turn.
I'm also now not sure about the mic level with the YouTube music. Should we cast without the background music? I have no idea. We'll learn about that in 20 minutes. It's beautiful. A little bit of chaos before we are done with this weekend's event, so no pressure, no big deal. At least the game is on the screen. So if you cannot hear us, if you cannot hear Lemon, unlucky. You should have been here and like sitting behind us and watching it live, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, should have caught a plane ticket down to Australia to watch this live. But,
yeah.
It will instead be this Wildblood Priest catching a ticket to the graveyard, courtesy of this Cyclops, and that will also be Archie taking leave from this round. So, as is usually the case, most times rather than not, Hunger is going to take the round control against Self-Wound. Actually, no, sorry, this is completely wrong. Hunger actually won round 1. They contested and won. So, no, usually we see Self-Wound winning round 1, either after a tempo pass or after committing quite a lot.
Yeah.
Instead, we're flipping the script here. We're treading new ground. So it's a matchup we've seen a bunch of times already. It's going to be revamped. And what do you think you'll do here as the Hunger player come through? Do you reckon you'll bleed or just take us into a round 3?
So you don't have access to Dagon, you don't have access to Iron Dide, but this seems to be a standard play, yeah. Detlef, I think this is third or fourth game in a row when in round 2 it gets played immediately. Well, this time Hunger also won round 1, as you pointed out. So after dropping that, you usually just expect the round to continue. This is quite the tool. The answer from Archie is interesting. Goes for just establishing Sigvald.
And you see this heat wave not being used immediately on the Detlef, probably because of that Dagon second form still being a threat remaining. That's going to pop up later for this overwhelming hunger list.
Look at that! The heat wave.
Oh.
So he decided that he was baited so heavily, like not seeing the heat wave immediately on Detlef, looking at the scripts of previous 3 games, he's like, I'll float this AQ. Turns out, not ideal, especially with opponent also playing on Aeromancy. And now you don't have AQ, you don't get those Detlefs, your Dagon, well, it wasn't there, so Succubus is getting... So you need to establish another Succubus, but for that you need to find it.
With the Detlef not being heat waved, did P-Feach just read there was no heat wave in hand as a result, or no heat wave access? I'm not sure, but okay, at the very least, you're going to get out the Knut Sigvald combo here.
Yeah.
Only one of them can be brought back with the Sigdriefers, right? So that is a nice little bit of a silver lining for P-Feach here. And able to keep the tempo coming with the Slayer Hoppy bonded effect. Are we going to commit leader? No. It seems like P-Feach is very hesitant to be committing leaders in this round. Probably wanting to save them for round 3, particularly since there's no giant toad in graveyard. Looking forward to that round 3. Might be limited in consumes.
Yep. Okay, so... So Irondight is at 12. I also turned off the music, guys. Don't panic. Just I need to remember, and Lemon, if you can remind me between the games to turn it on again, that would be good. Knut is not getting sniped here. Instead, Sheep goes into the graveyard as well. A lot of units on the board. So yeah. It's the Swall Blood music that you should be hearing even without the background music turned on. Explosions, very good. But it's, yeah, this is not enough to get you ahead here as the point gap is big. Okay, so pass comes in and now Archie needs to find some 10 points, decides to take it with the leader. And we see some beautiful explosions, not like they are important anymore. Leader plus the ale was always enough.
Self-Wound still has Draco Turtle, all geared location, totem.
Does it?
Potentially powerful golds here in a short round.
Does it have them? Okay, there we go. All of them kind of found. Nice. Okay. Succubus is there, so you have your Deathwish unit to consume that cannot be dealt with. Also, Dagon is in his second form, and not much you can do about that, but you have locations, so yeah, not much the Dagon can do. I meant the heat wave, but yeah, even without the heat wave, you can take a drawback of him pulling something out. This is the Siren getting buffed to 5 power. It's an extra consume for you, so why not? Seems good enough.
Probably one of the better pulls, probably best pull that could have been taken from the graveyard there, since as you say, it is an additional consume. Otherwise, you would have been looking like a Harpy Egg or a Foglet or a Bridge Troll, which just wouldn't have been as nice.
Okay, so Totem, Draka Turtle, but Draka Turtle doesn't look too exciting anymore. Maybe it is somehow, but yeah, most likely not. Without the leader, without the Knut on board. What is your Sidrifus preferred target here? You cannot reset
Probably
Knut.
play Totem this turn, and then either finish Sigvald or Olgierd, depending. Sorry, Sigvald. No, Sigvald. Oh my god, Knut or Svalbard, depending on which is better. It seems. No, I'm just gonna go for.
Okay, yeah.
DK Troll refresh. That is going to be 10 points really with this Olgierd sitting here. Particularly since this Siren rolls the back row on the return. It's going to be a bit more points clashing with the Siren than otherwise would have been. And then you can just Knut resurrect for 12.
Yeah, seems to be okay.
Actually,
it's 12 as well.
Yeah.
But sword is big enough, and since Succubus got a lot of points in this round, this is the victory for Pifich, taking it from blue coin with the dead. Okay, so music. Music is back now. It's better, and also I'm not. I wasn't sure if the background music was on the higher level there than our voices, so if there was a problem, sorry for that. But we got final going, and Pifich 0. We can also see the ban screen, so Neil of Gods were gone. We got the invite for game number 2. Will it be the same match? Are we stuck in this loop today?
Probably.
Of casting Death Wish against someone, but at least somewhat of a different script for that game that we just witnessed.
I gotta say, I hope that in the grand finals next weekend we'll get a bit more than just hunger and self-wound.
Well,
or if everyone takes those.
Somebody asked in chat, where are all I think it was Karim, where are all the golden necker decks? Well, I don't know, with Lerio and Mayamon being part of the final, you might expect them to bring at least some of those. Okay, we are going into the game number 2.
I know.
And yes. There we go. So, you might have not expected this to happen, guys, but this is Death Wish from Blue Coin going against the Self Wound. This is a completely different Self Wound. You see the Radiant Fleet there. You see Bright of the Sea, so yeah, not every deck is built the same way. Unlike Daurian versus Archie, where it was much closer.
Yeah.
Radiant Fleet was nerfed to 7 provisions, and it's here. Nice.
The main cut here for P-Feach is the Olgierd Immortal has been downgraded into the Radiant Fleet and Bite of the Sea. And I think just some 4P off. Yeah, I think some 4P was cut to make room for those two.
We're not done if you can.
This is another game where Dagon is missing from the round 1 here. But even worse, we're going to be missing Brewers Ritual for Archie, so Shadow is going to be quite suspect. And with the raiding fleet commitment, that's a decent amount of tempo coming out for P-Feach.
Yeah. Yeah, your round 1 plan varies with your draws, so unfortunate here. Yeah, we see AQ being committed onto the succubus.
Yeah, and if you see this as P-Feach, you know something's gone terribly wrong in the draws department. So
you didn't commit anything important yet. You have bronzes, so yeah, you definitely don't really see a reason to stop playing here, most likely. Although, yeah, those are some points providing the separation. And you're still doing it. The growth of Irondite is happening.
Hey.
Okay.
Aggressive committing the heatwave already, but hey, with the Ruckus Queen already dealt with, us already out, maybe there's a lot less pressure on that heatwave anyways. It's barely getting ahead here for Archie.
Yeah, it's also dooming one of the succubuses, but yeah, we've seen that 2 is usually enough in the previous game where one of them was deleted by the squirrel, but you have 2 of them bouncing in and out of graveyard, and no complaints there from P-Feach in the previous game. Hopefully doesn't backfire for Archie as well. Fire troll there, not answered.
I'm just a sexy little call.
Value Cyclops feels very bad here, actually. I guess it acts as a pseudo consume here. I wonder if it would have been better to just kill off this Slayer Harpy to ensure this core set actually died off. Early Arendite, just to remove the Berserker before it hits that Berserk condition. Arendite sitting at 7 damage now after that turn for Archie. First Clash comes in. The Drakar is acting as like a budget Draco turtle right now, and this Cage Hold gonna get reset by the Doom of Yandra. The orders are ready and rear the next
This is some fast Gwent. There is no stopping. Buttons are getting clicked left and right. Clashes. The units flying out of graveyard. There's 3 succubus that I mentioned. Yeah, one of them was extra from AQ, and there is one in the graveyard, so it's all fine. There was an offer for like squirrel play on that Irondite, but P-Feach doesn't have it in hand, so Irondite is already at 9. Will be growing bigger and stronger. So now we can take a breather. Nobody is jamming any buttons, just mulliganing their cards, slowly trying to find the best golds available. On Aeromancy, yes please. Bridge Troll, why are you here is the recap of those mulligans. And we don't see round 2 push, no Deathless Vampire being played into the back row. There is also no Toad, and this is the last Overwhelming Hunger charge that Archie has. Let's see what's the play. Of course, there is the Oniromancy into the Squirrel, but at the same time, you're not really deleting anything of importance anymore. You're only dealing with 1 succubus, so you're not stopping them from going off.
Yeah, and technically speaking, if you were to use Neuromancy onto a low value bronze there, it would make your draws actually slightly worse, probabilistically speaking, because it kind of forces out echo, means you draw something that you would have had in hand otherwise, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that, and also you had Gwynviandre, that would be a dead card anyway, so you'll have to mulligan it with the card roll the gun, so instead of being cute and thinning useless squirrel out, the play was...
So Sigurd off the cuff here, gonna protect against Lord Riptide. Sigvald sitting proud as the highest unit, saying to Lord Riptide, "Come at me, bro. You can't take me on." But I don't know if Sigvald is going to be a match for this Dagon. I don't know about you, but I don't like picking fights with gods risen from the depths.
Sometimes, if I'm really bored, I might do something like this, but usually not.
Now Sigvald is juiced up on Martyrdom. Might actually decide to pick a fight with Dagon with the help of trusty sidekick Knut.
Yeah.
Show me what flows in your veins.
You wouldn't want
So,
to hurt us, would you?
it's actually Sigvald likes the stormy weather. He doesn't mind being there on the front row.
I got a question playing the Dagon front row rather than back row, because you would have much preferred having the storm hitting these back row bear abominations than the front row Sigvald.
Maybe the limited consume options and Endrega Warrior being one of the cards in your possession. But yeah, I do see your point, and we also have forward. So Pfich takes a 2-0 lead. Watching Pfich and also Archie games at times is yeah, like watching the highlights of Gwent matches, because they just take 5 seconds to calculate, okay, I'm not winning this match, so bye.
Yeah, it's always strange when you get that abrupt forfeit screen coming up in the middle of round 3, and then you're second guessing yourself on, wait, which player was blue, which player decided to forfeit. But it does mean that Pfich is going to be moving up to match point in the series now. So one more win. Just needs to get a win with the off the books list, and it's the 4th slot taken up by Pfich in the grand finals. If Archie wants to make it into the grand final tournament, going to have to reverse sweep the off the books list, and notably it only has 1 blue coin to do so, whilst playing with 2 blue coin decks. So whilst you would typically expect Self-Rune to be the red coin queue here, you might decide to take one of the typical blue coin decks in the Hunger or the Knights onto this red coin, since that would have to happen regardless in game 5.
Yeah, good point. That it's a tall order. Let's see how he decides to go. Sometimes you are like, yeah, this deck is going here. We kind of expected the reverse situation in this match that we just seen forfeited by Archie, but nah. Didn't manage to repeat what Pfich done in game number 1, so finds himself in a 0-2 hole here. So take self wound from red. Okay, nothing new here. And some fast gameplay. It's like we're watching highlights. Somebody cut the pauses in between, so phew. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Thinning is happening to Raiders, and also Flying Udanian flying out of the deck. Priest is saying his first prayers, and that can continue for a while. Olgir doesn't really feel bored being pinged by like people that cannot kill him, really.
So, a lot of spending on the Sea Jackal. Not sure if Pfich is trying to spend enough to get ahead of where Archie would get to on this next turn, trying to get a pass. Seems unlikely to get it. Maxi here, some nice golds near the top. Wouldn't be surprised to see it.
You do get a Neuromancy only somewhere as a, like, what, 7th, 8th card. That might be losing you some flexibility. Okay, and open the sesame, says this vendor. So now 2 sesames with a gap of 1 coin between them. Yeah, looks like Archie didn't play anything, like Maxi is just a utility tool while is lowly 4p bronze, but it's kinda reasonably close. It also forces the Sea Jackal clicks here for Pfich, and in the end the Sea Jackal is overheating and disappearing from the board. Another roll, another success, open sesame.
But darling, it's
do
your
you
lucky
need more
day.
of them? Ensolatari0 gifted a tier 1 sub to noodle_zip. They have given 18 gift subs in the
I
channel.
don't know how you avoid a lot of even here. The cards are feeling quite awkward. You might need to just go for the more else onto the maxi.
Okay, and that seems to be the
case.
line.
It's going to chase up the top punch, the top punish here, eye for an eye. Though we didn't want to get King of Beggars out already, since it is still round 1.
Less bricks for you to draw into. We didn't see much Syndicate being played. Okay, yeah, a few players brought it, but it's either getting wins or other decks lose before Syndicate is getting played. So I don't remember seeing too many SY games.
Yeah.
And in those, King of Beggars kind of was coming into hand in round 1, round 2, so that it can be mulliganed, no disasters. And now he's just out, so you don't even concern yourself with thinking, oh, what can I take this last mulligan? You need Novigrad, you just mulligan for it confidently, as any player would do, but you also have absolute certainty that you're not breaking it anyway. Okay, one location is not like the other. One gives you money, the other actually gives you a unit to get ahead. So yeah, Pfich needs to continue playing into that. Actually clicks the order as well. Nice to see Flying Iranian being included into the decks. What is not nice for Pfich here is that Archie is annoyingly getting ahead by 1 point, so you need to do more. Your do more cards being limited here by like presence of Acheronte in your hand, so you need to think about establishing a spender. Verko helps with that. But also, yeah, the draws that you mentioned, everything seems to be still in the deck. So a bit of aggression here from Archie, clicking, picking the Draco Turtle and also clicking the location to get rid of the spender. Fake poison, maybe trying to force Mardrums onto the something else, but we do see the Peller. Peller is not... okay, yeah, with the totem click is enough to get ahead, otherwise it wouldn't be because of the Slice Seductress.
And the Open Sesame is still at 1 at 5 counter, 2 at 6 counter in the graveyard for Pfich. No way to proc them right now, so Spirit is looking quite awkward. Just gonna have to accept being calmed down, going into round 3. Having to face off against Sigvald, Knut, Svalbard potentially.
Yeah, even Dwenbradra is kinda alright in this situation, if you can lead with it.
Yes, that is very true.
Nah, those goats, they're somewhere there.
Okay, gets Dwayne. Mardrum gonna be exchanged for the Svalbard. Okay, gets important things.
I don't know if you kept in mind the order seen from Maxi. Like the card roll, there seemed to be that the Maxi didn't shuffle, but I'm not 100%
It
sure.
was shuffled because there was Neuromancy last round, and
yeah, true. Yeah, okay, good point. So the shuffle has been made. It didn't really help, but got most of the stuff. Like Sigvald is missed, and that's your Neuromancy. So actually finding no heat wave left. This ship is quite big.
What do you need?
It is big enough to live for now. And
click, click, click gives you 6 coins. You have one more. Philippa is sad. Her spy ring cannot be extended to the Draco Turtle. And then if you get a Draco Turtle, surely you can recruit Ninja Turtles into your spy ring, but yeah, not the case here. Okay, we pull Salamandra Mage, no tributes to pay with this hand.
Yeah.
And nothing in the deck as well, so it's just the Salamandra Mage.
Yeah, there was a Fist Hacking deck there, which could have been pulled. So it had a chance of getting a one-turn poison, but not quite able to get there. I was a bit surprised that this candle didn't further boost the Akarontia.
Yeah. Martrom, leader on the Draco Turtle.
I believe it will die now between the Canute and the Clash.
I guess the answer is not.
Wait, it would have died, no?
So,
not sure then. Okay. Anyways, where do we stand? Well, the Open Sesames are at 3 and 4 now. And you have 1 coin in bank with a bunch of spenders which are only spending an even amount of coins. And Philippa, which needs a bunch of coins to do something, so I'm gonna play a 3-point Philippa.
Well, it's famous 3-point Philippa that everyone was complaining about like 4.5 years ago. It is here.
Yeah.
Oh, look. Trip is gone.
Gives up Sigvald for just the spores. I guess that was why we didn't boost the Akarontia further. Because that would have played too much into the spores into Clash. That was always a line that was open.
On the count of 3, we go in.
Okay,
1,
so
2.
spending, but only the guard only has 1 unit to guard. Also no ship anymore. Explosions kinda damage your own units equally with your opponents, but you get the side dish of a fanatic sticking to your cause. Spender kinda might die as well.
What is up with this placement as well? I don't think there's any reason not to just play Philippa front row near the other units. For the Oxford God, okay. Not that I think. Do you still call Gravy Turtle? No, you decided to go for the 9 boost.
So this Mordrum card roll there, yeah.
It would be.
And yeah, good. I was like, where is the damage? But Knut wasn't active yet, so was active for now, and yeah, gets there. That was a weird game with 3-point Philippa, basically kind of costing, but also not rolling the better card from the ship, I guess.
Yeah.
A look of confusion
more
everywhere.
likely than not to
Yeah.
find the fist tech.
Yeah.
But still, the quarter chance of finding it isn't that low either.
But yeah, so kind of confusing in the end. As in, yeah, you mentioned the Philippa positioning. This guard was awkward to spend for one unit. A game to study, I'd put it like this. And also nice to see the win by Swollblood not exploding, but actually creating something on the board.
Yes, Swollblood deciding to play a bit as a more benign god rather than a malevolent being for once.
Yeah. But okay, Self-Wound is winning today again. And this is now up to Hunger and Knights to take on the Syndicate. Let's see what's the choice. Archie should be on blue and takes the Knights. I don't think I've seen Knights played today, because in the game where I was casting Archie, I think it might have been banned, or didn't get to no, it was banned most likely. So let's go. Immortals 5 power, but still doesn't change much for that card, considering its full potential. And yeah, we do see the opener.
It's essentially just poison target. If you want to win round 1 for PvPs, you're gonna have to hit those poisons, and the only purify is in the form of a Pella currently sitting in the deck, there's no access to.
Yeah. So, and unlike some things, you kind of want to poison the Immortals immediately, otherwise they help this damned sorceress to generate the points on the side. So we've seen Immortals, Damned Sork, Windhelm is the next choice, but yeah, Philippa has something to say about this. And actually, Damned Sork is getting picked, allows you to turn off the Windhelm anyway. It's not the best lock target to expand your Margarita on. And if you drop like Vandegrift, then yes, yeah, the shield might be ripped off that as well. So I guess it's not playing into artifact compression.
Lay down, my lady. I shall be with you shortly.
So Knight Errant gonna be immediately procced.
Yeah.
To get the Grace. Quickly the Squire has set up the Vandegrift, either next turn or even just saving that for the next round if you decide to pass.
How do you...
And now with the Knight Errant, it evens out if you use the damned sorceress offensively to pop these shields, but it is worth it to try to disable this Windhelm eventually.
Well, yeah, if you expected your opponent to potentially pass, but yeah, no pass is coming, it's reactivated, and also Vandegrift with Infusion is on the board now. That one you might want 2 Mariels.
Yeah, so we're gonna force more else onto the Vandegrift, I believe, yeah. Windhelm finally turned off for the 3rd time, and it's going to stay that way at least for a turn or 2 here until this second Knight Errant could reach its grace. Salamage basically just playing for the pure points. It does help delay this grace a little longer and ends up pulling King of Beggars as well. Feels a bit backwards playing Salamander Mage as your last tribute card in this round, but with Adrenaline it kinda gets forced late regardless. Not spinning to get ahead.
Okay. Squirrel is featured again. It's a very slow play by the end of the round, but you're hopeful that your engine's buffing is enough here. And you already seen last turn that Pifich was not getting ahead. Definitely cannot play scenario, but Margarita you can throw out here. Lock in a spender. So now it's kinda a math time. Partially because the Grace 9 will be achieved at some point. But no, the leader charge was not, yeah. And it's 9 Grace, not 8. So nothing is happening with that. But as Lerio has, Lerio, yes, Lerio, okay, there we go. The name change finally got me, maybe for the first time, but yeah, Pifich spending all his bronzes. Of course, we've seen some golds fly out earlier, but now a 4-card round for Archie, 3-card round for Pifich. You kind of want to punish the scenario holders because scenario.
You want like a big oomph play to lead with here to really scare your opponent into playing that scenario, but you don't have that.
Yeah, I mean, sewer raiders, I guess, like if you had the coins, it's like, okay, yeah, some tempo, but the lead after that is non-existent, so.
So Knights do get to play the scenario here pretty... Get enough scot-free for keeping that in hand in that long round 1 still. And that's a lot of control tools though that was spent by the Syndicate in round 1. That's Philippa gone. That's quite a few poisons gone. That's the Morels gone. And Horson Jr. doesn't do a very good job dealing with the scenario since the Maiden Shield is going to be shielded and things are going to get boosted very tall very quickly with the additional 2 boosts to adjacent units for each Grace from Chapter 2 on the Damsel in Distress.
Okay, so Junior said you were talking shit about him and came out to deal at least with, like, guys, see, I'm dealing with the Knights, I don't care, please keep me. Okay, so you have Maiden's Shield in the deck. But first, Ironite onto the Junior, 13 damage.
Yeah, the good thing about this is you just get points on your side of the board. It means you're not going to be vulnerable to a brawler. Because I expect you want to trigger the first chapter with the Redania Knight since that's only the passive, and then trigger the second with the AA into Damon's Shield since that's the turn you get the Mad Charge.
Just give up now.
Is the way this Damsel in Distress fairy tale will play out. Don't think you're that worried about a brawler. They're not going to have much luck climbing this fairy tale tower.
Yeah. Should we talk about the Pifich draws? I don't know.
Oh yeah, maybe.
And just, I don't know, as something to talk about while Knights are doing their nightly duty.
Yeah, so missing Novigrad and Acherontia is just sad. I think the features, they have spending, I guess. They're just about dead on board, I think, anyways.
Yeah. But hey, at least you can poison something. Look at them points, just, yeah. Keep going in one turn. Yeah, and it's 2-2. Knights OP, or is it Syndicate that is weak? It all comes to the decider.
Issue. And so that I mean, like a silver lining here for P features. Those are the two games where Archie was able to play their decks on their desired coins. Now it's going to be the overwhelming hunger being played from red coin, which is maybe a bit different than what it would usually like to do. Now, issue is that, well, okay, Horson Jr. not particularly great in this matchup. Elipo, on the other hand, can absolutely smurf, stealing, say, a Dettlaff. Moros is pretty solid as a top punish, and a plethora of poisons can get good value against Deathwish too. But hey, you can struggle for the round 1 tempo in this off the books list, and yes, whilst Overwhelming Hunger isn't going to be able to play Brew's Ritual with the Unshadow stratagem because it is on red coin, Brew's Ritual is still a hell of a lot of points in this round 1, especially with this decree having the ability to choose Dagon now too. And Scroll found on the final mulligan, going to be used to potentially protect against any open sesames.
Yes, so nice little summary. Let's see also, yeah, the poisons and Morils are playing of one another, because yeah, you poison something, Deathwish has consumes, but you cannot consume units, because in the end, even if your opponent runs out of all the poisons, they have Morils just wiping your biggest unit. So let's see how it plays out.
And that final mulligan for P-Feach, getting the Flying Redanian bricked in hand, that's not what you want to see. Especially in this game 5 of the losers final, because it's all the marbles. Whoever wins this game wins the series, takes the last spot in the grand finals. For the loser, that's going to be it for them in their Grandmasters journey for the year.
Yeah, you're basically also getting a payout immediately, as the 3rd, 4th place of the grand final gets $250 for participation. So it's kind of the price, you get it here already and you can only improve on that. So yeah, would definitely also want to get to the last event of this Masters season, because both Archie and P-Fitch were playing for the most part, maybe not during summer, but they definitely participated in the early ones, and also last couple of seasons getting those missing crown points that gave them opportunity to play in this qualifier. They jumped for that as well, so the dedicated players. But only one of them can join the trio of Dauren, Lerio and Maemon now. So yeah, as you mentioned, tempo is there.
Yeah, going very tall in just a couple units here, but the issue is there isn't really poisons here for P-Feach. We're seeing an early bank. Do you just play Open Sesame for the carryover, or you play up poison with no way to get a second poison? Is this just a bluff?
I guess so, but does Archie really care about that with Peller in hand? And even without Peller in hand, you can still, yeah, just continue playing. But I guess taking Open Sesame and meeting the squirrel is kinda comparable.
Come closer. Come on now, try.
He kills off the drone to keep the Moros target untouched and still active.
Come to me.
Deathwish is just, yeah, chilling, doing Deathwish things.
I guess that, yeah, it would have been nice to chill with some giant toads, but
Nothing turns my guts more than a
that's
filthy mage.
Might require a trip to the pet store, since those are currently missing. Moros decides to take out the big Ekimara token, able to give P-Feach a shot at winning this round, and will in fact take the round now. So, pretty big having to choose the 12 punish there. Orson Jr. and the Bank Tutor committed as well. But with the boat brick in hand and things like the Acheron should counter, you don't really want to play around one. It was getting a bit dicey there for the off the books.
Oh, look, your mulligans are decided for you. Ain't you happy as a player? You don't have to make any decisions, just kick those out.
Didn't draw a single gold here when you're missing this Philippa, missing this Novigrad, missing Furco and both Sesames too.
Yeah, and the bank is
At least
gone.
you draw poisons, but yeah.
So, are you brave enough to take a long round against the massive points of the Death Wish?
With no Toad set up, you could try to go for a bit more of a tempo bleed, since it's not as easy for monsters to get ahead super quickly here. You see the Succubus being played. In fact, there's no Succubus in Graveyard yet, so it's not particularly useful, the second Succubus in hand either, unless you sink a lot of consumes into enable them. Paula definitely doesn't want to kill this Succubus, so just gonna spend a little bit to just beat it down slightly.
Okay, so far I'm witnessing Death Wish just establishing carryover. You need to turn on the heat at some point, otherwise you're just making their round 3 better. Danin is winning, as we know, so flying with Danin, King of Beggars go out. Costs you a spender here. But you have another one. Irondite, yeah, this is the problem for monsters going from the red coin. It's a small sword. It's more of a dagger, to be fair. Okay, so since you have a poisons in hand, maybe a good idea to have another one available. Although, yeah, poisoning a 7 is not the most exciting thing.
Yeah, it is vulnerable to the Arendite here, but not going to protect it. And it will be the Arendite to take out the Failwood. No, the King of Beggars. Never mind.
Actually, yeah, King of Beggars even improves the poison value here. Funnily enough.
So, if we do see just a Fist Tech or even maybe offensive Fist Tech Trafficker here, we could be seeing a 21-24 point gap, which would likely force out Succubus and or Detlef. Probably just one. It's also worth noting that Dagon has been worshipped 2 times. 2 more warships and Dagon will rise once more.
From the grave. That CDPR tried to keep it in for longest time possible, flipping the switch at the turning off the support and basically introducing Dagon in the same motion.
And I mean, look, it looks like a big gap, this 24 point difference, but just playing the Succubus back row, a Giant Toad coming out, that's 16 points made up as a snap of the fingers. So only an 8 point deficit that would need to be made up in the following turn, done quite easily with the Slayer Harpy. But I don't think that P-Feature gains much playing either of these cards.
So, in this case, no Sesames, no Novigrad on board, you only have the Candle carryover. Your opponent, you managed to force out the Giant Toad. There is still another Sakubai. Circle starter, and we actually see the giant toad being played, so yeah, the carryover is being developed. Call of the Depths is on the count 3, so yeah. I think carryover war is won by the Hunger player here.
So Aaron died at 8. When the Detloff gets eaten, Dagon will come back straight away. Slayer Hoppy Bonded, I think, is pretty nice. You don't want to try to bargain that, just happy with the bonded effect.
Okay, so 26. Interesting. But might be a bit too spicy for the Syndicate to overwhelm.
Well, full coin into a steal here.
Yeah.
Like full leader into stealing Detloff would have made this queen a bit worse, and these Slayer Poppies lacking valid Death Wish targets.
But yeah, I guess
you're a bit too aggressive. You're still expecting the location into Succubus to be available.
Yeah, and I guess you kinda depending on Acherontia pulling a miracle here.
Belly or throat, got a preference.
So, open sesames. And counter 6. Death Wish doing the point slam that Wish usually does, and we get the forfeit from Pfitch, and it's actually a reverse sweep, right?
Yes,
it started it started so well for Pfitch, but then Syndicate was just not there with the draws at times. While yeah.
Maybe ran into some of the perils of playing Devotion as well, being one of the lists which can't pack a heat wave. Is a bit more limited in those answers that it has sometimes. And the Philippa just didn't feel impactful in any of these games. We saw it playing as just 3 points. Or in other cases like this final game, it just didn't have points in the bank when you would really want that to have the chance to steal the Detloff.
But yeah, so we got our lineup available for the next event. So we have the main tournament with 4 players. Mayamon qualifying as the winner of Gwent Challenger or rank 1 of the crown points. But yeah, since the first criteria was fulfilled, Lerio goes in as the crown point ranking leader. And now we got Dauren winning earlier today and Archie winning here by reverse sweeping this Syndicate deck that Pfitch brought. So $2,000 up for grabs, 12 PM CET. Next Saturday is the date, don't miss out. And there is a bracket as well, so since Mayamon and Lerio qualified through the means established, I think, yeah, the positions in the bracket are locked, so they are not meeting in the semifinals, so it will be either Mayamon Dauren or Mayamon Archie, and then Lerio with the second player, either Dauren or Archie again. So we should be very interested. You should be very interested if you follow in esports of queuing into the broadcast. It will be 1-day event. We're starting with the semifinals, switching to the final on the same day, so probably like 5 hours of games if there are pauses. If we get a couple of early forfeits or sweet 3-0s for some of the players, it might be like 3-hour stream. So yeah. But hope you guys enjoyed it, and as always, thank you Metal for running this. And yeah, the crowdfund links under !Metal and all crowdfund are available in chat. I didn't get any updates. Maybe somebody contributed, maybe not. If you can consider and spare some money for the good cause of Metal, and the prize pool of the grand finals, please do so. If not, well, yeah, queue and watch some of the games anyway. It's a grand finals and a sweet event incoming. I'd expect more deck variety there, maybe not. Maybe people start doubting Self-Wound a little bit, but maybe people will be inspired by the Death Wish performance and we'll see more of that. And then people start building on that and trying to counter the players bringing Death Wish. Never know, especially with Mayamon Lerio being there. Severe lack of Golden Necker in this qualifier. But since it's kinda close to the Russian Cup that we had some years ago and BAM Cup, where Devotion Warriors, for example, were prevalent. You see regions preferring this or that archetype more. Like if we're talking about the, what was it, Chinese Open tournament, where cultists were brought by a majority of players. So yeah, there are differences. Yeah. So now we have Kazakhstan, Russian, and Polish and Japanese players, so different regions covered. Let's see what they cook in a week based on the performances in this one.
Yeah, I'm excited. I have faith that for players or for participants, they'll bring something spicy. Especially, as mentioned, Raman and Leo tend to be some of the strongest deck builders in the scene. So yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they have something cooking up.
Yep, so this is the tournament that we're talking about, Grand Finals, 12th of October, so less than in a week. But if you want to play some tournament yourself, and well, to be fair, the players competing now or throughout this weekend, some of them are registered for Pillars of Gwent tournament organized by Lilith. !Lilith in chat gives you the link for the tournament platform. Anyone can register. It's on October 19th, one-day event. You can play against pro players, but everyone is welcome to try their hand at like playing with open deck lists. I hope, Lemon, if time permits somehow, to see you competing in one of those. And the rules of the tournament is that you bring in one Golden Necker, one Shoop, and one Renfrey deck. Everyone loves those deck building cornerstones of Gwent, so that's why we had devotion tournaments organized by Lilith, so we needed to switch it up a little bit, and that's what she and I guess Metal might have contributed to that as well, decided to do. Anything else to cover? Well, date for the community and to the grand finals has been given. Crowdfund I mentioned multiple times. If you missed it, well, you save your money on not crowdfunding. That's always nice. Why it went. Always go and follow Lemon on !Lemon. That gives you the link to his Twitch channel. Well, the next grand finals will be covered with hopefully you can do the cast as well, right?
Yes, I should be around.
Yeah, so we probably just join our forces on one of the channels, mine or Lemon's, and yeah, since it's only 3 matches, they will be one after another, so no parallel casts. But if there are other events later on, well, you should be on Metal's competitive Discord server, and just information in Gwent just bounces around. There is no hub. Like I'm posting on Reddit, for example, but I'm not sure like how big proportion of people getting Gwent news about the tournaments there. Just be ever present in the Twitch category of Gwent, yes. Then you probably don't miss much.
That is the best idea.
Okay, so should we wrap it up for today?
Sounds like a good idea.
No more games. Congratulations to Daurian and Archie today. Well done, PFH and Sanvanter who played today. Thanks for participation as well. Well, you'd say good luck in the next tournament, but you never know if there is another tournament based on the crown points collected from the ladder. But there will be other tournaments, so good luck in those, I guess. So yeah, don't forget to to do the usual stuff, like if you miss some of the games, they will be on YouTube. I'll try to show most of them before the grand finals happening. Yeah, anything to add?
I don't think so. Congrats to the players that made it. And thank you for having me here, Kung Fu, and thank you, as always, to Mato for doing such an amazing job organizing.
Yeah, thanks for joining. And yeah, I guess good night soon for you. So thanks for joining and see ya. Bye.
Thank you. Good night and goodbye.
Okay, so and now 2025 we'll have to do that again. Oh wait, no, maybe not. Nobody knows. But hope you guys enjoyed it. Was a great fun. Stream is running both on YouTube and Twitch, and has to be running for 20 minutes more so that the delay catches up. I'm taking a break. I might just launch the rerun of it, but maybe not today. So thanks for watching. See ya. Drop a follow. Visit YouTube. Bye for now. I might return.
Pa pa nada.